Right. Live in 3, 2, 1. Go.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the February 29th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will begin with opening comments from commissioners. There are 5 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. They are the acting executive director, chief people officer evaluation committees, the model HCA template, the guidance on host community agreements, guidance on licensure, and Massachusetts lottery sales at licensed marijuana retailers discussion. I will ask that any commissioner wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of today's conversation, please raise your hand to be recognized. I'll also state that I know that I have a tendency to sort of plow through meetings and have us sitting here for extended periods of time. So if at any point any of my fellow commissioners need to take a break, just wave me down and we can pause. With that being said, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates that they wish to offer at this time. I'll go in alphabetical order and begin with Commissioner Camargo, and I will give my comments last. Commissioner Camargo?
Sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good morning. I'll just start off with the quick comments. I think, like always, thank you to everyone who's part of this industry, to our team, our staff. So much work goes into these meetings behind the scenes to get us here today. Yesterday, I was very fortunate to visit Treehouse Craft Cannabis in Drake for a roundtable discussion. There was about 30 operators there. And I just want to say thank you, because all of us as commissioners have participated in roundtable discussions. And it's so important because I always say this: we're policymakers, not business owners. And to hear directly from business owners throughout the state was so refreshing. Yet there's so many issues that we have to work on. There's so many regs that need to be, re-edited and rethought, now 5-6 years in. I have my notes from yesterday, and it's a lot. I think a lot of the stuff that I heard yesterday were around HCAs, and we're going to talk about that today. One interesting thing that I did hear yesterday, and I'll share, is, moms who are, breastfeeding and not being able to walk into a dispensary to, get their medication or their choice of cannabis. That was a good point that was brought up, very interesting. Folks talked about and wanted to ask questions around the memo that was sent out recently around the labs. I think we call it something else, not a memo, but something else. We talked a lot about the market and the saturation, and what does that mean, and when do we start talking about that? The lack of capital in the industry. We talked a little bit about some of the conversation that's going to happen today around lottery and the possibility of that, and what does that mean? What does that door open up? What does that mean, right? We talked about, folks are very worried about renewals and their HCAs. They're worried about who's going to be speaking to municipalities about everything when it comes to HCAs, especially some of these smaller towns that do not have a huge legal team. Some of the stuff that we talked about. The other thing too is what I really enjoyed is really listening to operators and hearing the struggles. The struggles real in the cannabis industry right now, and yet all these small business owners, mostly local Massachusetts residents, are really coming together to collaborate, have conversation, and talk amongst each other, just around what can they do as business owners. But there was a lot of positive as well. I think people really appreciate all of us commissioners coming out to roundtables. They've met all of us, and they just gave us, a lot of kudos for a lot of the work that's happening. People are looking forward to the implementation of Chapter 180. And also Commissioner Stebbins, a lot of conversation around social consumption. A lot of great ideas. I told folks to submit them, send them to us. I also encouraged folks to have more roundtable discussions just on social consumption because it was a huge topic. So either way, I was very grateful, very grateful. Oh yeah, one last thing that a lot of folks talked about was, hemp products and, the regulation of hemp products and as it relates to the industry. But again, just very grateful for the opportunity yesterday to meet so many folks and listen to so many folks. And that's my quick update. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and looking forward to today's meeting. I think all of us see the value in having a second meeting in a month where we can really roll up our sleeves and tackle policy and have really substantive conversations. So grateful for today's meeting. Grateful that the model HCA is arrived, and we want to thank all the public comments. We got a lot. I read through them all. Very thoughtful comments. Very grateful for all of them. It did impact what we will unveil today. I want to thank Director Kyle Potvin, Licensing Director, and his team for they've had hundreds of deliverables and they're still working on them. And Kyle said it was all hands on deck approach with so many people at the commission. So I want to thank everybody who's helped make all of this possible. And I'll just say this, and I think I've said it before, the days of the Wild West of host community agreements in the Massachusetts regulated cannabis industry are now over. So excited to see this template. In the 2 weeks since our last meeting, we had Commissioner Stebbins and myself had a very productive meeting with the Association of Cannabis Testing Labs. And we look forward, this is just the beginning of a dialogue around testing. We all know, that we've all heard the issues around lab shopping and potency inflation, not only in Massachusetts, but nationwide. And we had a really productive conversation with them. And this is the beginning. And I know the agency is working, the commission is working really hard in really looking at this issue. So I want to thank Director Kamalo and her team for really tackling this issue as well, and Director Coates and the testing team as well. And also I want to thank, I had a real honor and privilege to visit the city of Gardner, and their Council on Aging had invited me to speak around the Massachusetts cannabis industry, both the adult use and medical side. And it's always an honor to have Director of Constituent Services, Kathy Oliver Jones, with me. So we kind of always make a presentation as a team. And this time we were joined by our Executive Assistant, Grace O'Day. And we had a full house and we had a lot of great questions. And I look forward to doing more of them with older Americans who they're kind of curious and have so many questions. So in those 2 weeks, they were busy. And thank you for my time this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. First, a few updates from me since our last meeting. It's great to hear that Commissioner Camargo was just up at Treehouse yesterday. I had the chance to go visit Treehouse back on February 15th. I initiated the tour because I was interested in hearing about what they have been doing around recycling cannabis packaging. Interesting topic. Love to invite the industry to kind of weigh in and look at our regs and see what we might be able to do to improve the opportunities for dispensaries to bring packaging back in and find opportunities to recycle it. Visit was great. Really enjoyed having the chance to meet the team. Interestingly enough, they're on a second floor of a building, and it allows them to have their windows like not covered up. And it was kind of just cool to get the natural sunlight flowing into a dispensary. But they pointed that out as an advantage and a way to make their dispensary welcoming. So great to visit with their leadership. They have two retail licensees, and I believe they're also building out a outdoor grow facility as well. Commissioner Roy talked about the meeting that we had with the folks from the Association of Cannabis Testing Laboratories. It was great to have a member, not just Commissioner Roy and myself, but our Director of Testing, Jim Kosis, Director Matt Giancola, Director Mary Alice Curley join the call as well. They had certainly raised concerns about or questions about some of the current bulletins and looking for ways, as Commissioner Roy said, to engage with us more, to communicate with us in a more responsible fashion, or having the opportunities to talk to us. It was a good meeting. They had 8 of the 16, I think, currently licensed independent testing laboratories participating in the call, so it was a good group. Additionally, Commissioner Camargo and I have also been in our social consumption working group, have been having a number of follow-up calls with members of the CAB. We made a presentation to the full Cannabis Advisory Board back in December, and a number of them asked to have kind of one-on-one conversations with the working group. So we've been doing those calls. Want to really thank CAB members Cooney, Rossitano, Shaw, McKinnon, Napoli, and in advance, member Lucian for their time. I'm also looking forward to, I think, this weekend's social equity program kickoff event up in Lawrence on Saturday. So hoping to make the trip up there for that event. And just to add to the comments of my colleagues about some of our agenda topics today, the model HCA, the new guidance on licensing, the new guidance on HCAs. Really want to thank our team, but as Commissioner Roy said, this is a real turning point. It's a big milestone in the work that we have been directed to undertake with the passage of Chapter 180. I think it's an incredibly important step. It's going to provide some assurance and confidence to the licensees and to communities about their relationship going forward. And all these roundtables that Commissioner Camargo mentions that all of us do, I've never once heard a licensee saying, I don't want to pay for the costs that I impose on a community. So this is a great milestone in the work, and really looking forward to the conversation and hearing from the staff about the great work that they did bringing us to where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and thank you, Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Camargo. I always love hearing about what everyone is doing, and that we're all out in community and making sure that we're talking with licensees, and we'll continue doing so. Last month, the commission sent a letter to a member of the Senate, and it was in response to a few inquiries, and it gave a number of details around our budget ask, around the composition of the Cannabis Control Commission. But I wanted to make sure the commission as a whole wanted to let the public know first that the letter is available to the public on our public documents portal, and it was dated on February 6, 2024. We also wanted to highlight a specific component within that letter, and I will read it. It's as follows. We understand that there have been questions regarding the delegation of staff work during the former executive director's parental leave this past fall. The former executive director submitted a key contact form to the comptroller's office designating the chief operating officer as agency head during his leave of absence. Even though this action was unnecessary, as he was still actively employed by the commission, and the chief operating officer had been duly authorized to perform agency financial functions since 2020. The comptroller's office notified the commission that it was returning the filing as invalid. The executive director remained the duly appointed agency head pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 10, Section 76J. Upon review, the comptroller's office notified the commission that the previous key contact filing remained effective, and that since the COO retained department head's signature authorization and credit card designation, all commission financial functions were valid and authorized during this period of time. So as a collective, the commission wanted to make sure that that component was highlighted, and it's in response to a few different questions that may be out there, but also to sort of clarify the way that we function as an entity. I also believe that there's some additional information contained in this letter that really highlights the work of the team and the agency. So I wanted to also read that into the record to reiterate sort of the hard work that everyone here has done and continues to do, and the work that will continue in pursuit of the overall mission of the Cannabis Control Commission. Since its inception in September 2017, the Commission has ensured licensees comply with state laws and regulations, upheld public health and safety, supported medical patients, caregivers, and providers, and incorporated its nation-leading equity mandate into every facet of its organization, policies, and programming. Over the course of the last fiscal year alone, the Commission has approved 14,805 licenses, including 147 marijuana retailers, 62 marijuana cultivators, 56 product manufacturers, 16 delivery operators, and 3 independent testing laboratories. I will add additional context. So this is as of February 6, 2024. The Commission has also conducted inspections and license reviews, which has resulted in a total of 556 marijuana establishments commencing full business operations, including the new additions of 1 microbusiness, 24 marijuana cultivators, 1 delivery courier, 3 independent tested laboratories, 5 delivery operators, 22 product manufacturers, and 79 marijuana retailers. We've also approved over 22,000 marijuana establishment agent applications and registered over 94,000 medical marijuana patients, set over 7,000 caregivers, and 441 certified healthcare providers. We've also developed and deployed new specific courses for delivery and courier licenses, as well as 10 new advanced courses for social equity program participants. We've approved 30 applicants to our responsible vendor trainers. Also in collaboration with the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles and AAA Northeast, thanks to Commissioner Roy and her leadership, as well as Commissioner Stebbins, developed and endorsed a nation-leading curriculum to educate teenage drivers about the risk of cannabis-impaired driving. The curriculum was the first of its kind in the nation to be created and has been incorporated into driver education classes across the Commonwealth. The Commission has also published 6 scientific peer-reviewed publications, including a full specialty update in clinical therapeutics, as well as gave 5 presentations at national scientific meetings. I want to highlight that because it's one of the things that sets Massachusetts as a whole apart from any other jurisdiction in the country. It's our research department, and it's the work that they're doing. So I want to thank our research team because they continue to do that necessary work for the Commonwealth and for the nation, because we do receive questions and we are responsive in terms of the research that has been done to help other jurisdictions in their pursuit of the regulated industry as well. The Cannabis Control Commission also hosted a delegation of legislators and officials from the executive offices from the state of Hawaii, who consulted us regarding how to write regulations for and then implement legal marijuana marketplaces, including how to successfully protect medical marijuana programs. They have since publicized the fact that their Hawaii Cannabis Authority and related equity efforts are modeled after us here in Massachusetts. We've also held the first ever State of Cannabis briefing at the State House on May 29, 2023, that is designed to provide legislators and staff with information and insight into progress the agency has made and ongoing efforts to regulate a safe, effective, and equitable industry for the Commonwealth. I've also noted this during our previous meeting that we are doing another State of Cannabis, and it's under the same approach, the same mission, the same purpose. Is to make sure that we are available, we are accessible, we're responsive, and that we can answer any questions that anyone has in terms of the operations, our goals, our mission, and the work being done. You can learn about all of these accomplishments and others by reviewing the agency's 6th annual activities report, which was submitted to the legislator in October 2023. And lastly, the last thing I will say, and I'll close on this, this is another component of that February 6th letter. In addition to the 2023 achievements of the Commission, the Secretary of the Commonwealth promulgated the Commission's new regulations in response to the passage of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. In 2024, the agency will continue to devote significant energy towards implementation with the creation of new online applications, updated guidance documents, and new systems and processes, both internal and external, to comply with the law. You will see from our conversation today, from the agenda that's already been publicized, we're doing that, a component of that today around HCAs. So we want to really make sure that anyone listening is aware, and also that the staff understand our gratitude as a collective for all of their hard work, because they do always go above and beyond. And I'll just reiterate by saying that this letter, everything that I've said, there's more. It's about 6 pages long. It's available in our public documents portal on the CCC website. So thank you all so much for your opening comments. With that said, I believe we can now go into commission discussion and votes, but I want to make sure that our acting executive director, I think there were some technical difficulties.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning. Actually, I'll take a step back. I did opening comments, but I also want to give you the opportunity for any opening comments you might have as well. So welcome, Acting Executive Director Deborah Hilton Creek, and also our Chief People Officer. If there are any comments that you wish to offer at this time, please.
I do have a couple announcements, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes. Please.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to, welcome, since we are talking about our staff and what a wonderful team we have at the Commission and all of the accomplishments that we've had over the last year or so. I just wanted to announce the onboarding of our new Chief Financial and Accounting Officer, Lisa Schlegel. She will be joining us on March 11th. She comes to us from Quinsigamond Community College. She is currently the comptroller there, so we're very happy to have her join us. We also are welcoming Mark McDevitt. He's our budget director. He also will be joining us on March 11th. Both have had a highly progressive and impressive career. Both obviously are very top talent, and we're so excited to welcome them to the Cannabis Control Commission's team. So just a wonderful piece of, the puzzle in terms of our talent and our ability to continue to bring talent on board at the Commission. So please join me in welcoming Mark McDevitt, our budget director, and our new Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Schlegel. So thank you for that. I also would like to make another announcement. The SCP application clinics are scheduled. The first one is scheduled for this Saturday in March. And these clinics are application clinics that will provide information session beginning Saturday in Lawrence. This one is going to be at the Vault Function Hall on Essex Street, and it's going to be from 12 to 2. There will be support and other resources available for potential SEP participants in the Greater Lawrence community. So if you get a chance to stop in, join us on Saturday, and that's again at 12 to 2 or from 12 to 2 at the Lawrence at the Vault Function Hall on Essex Street. So please don't hesitate to pop in, join us, see what it's all about. You can also go to our calendar on the website to check for upcoming event dates in an area near you. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we can now transition into commission discussion and votes. The first item on the agenda is the AED CPO the Chief People Officer Evaluation Committees. So I will give sort of an overview of the reasoning behind it, and then go into the construction of each committee. I want to just start off by, I think for the last few months in each of these meetings, I talk about how much our Chief People Officer and Acting Executive Director continues to step up and go above and beyond. I just want to give you our thanks again, because it is no easy task. Those are two really, really big hats to have. And you've come into these positions and you have just gone and done so much work. So I just want to give you my gratitude and the gratitude on behalf of the commission for all of the work that you've done. And you've done this with really with limited support to a certain extent when it comes to the commissioners. You know, we sort of know our own way of working and functioning, and you sort of learned along the way as well. I think when we first came on to the commission, we were given the analogy about, oh goodness, it was a fire analogy. Now I can't remember it, but essentially you're doing the job and running with it, and we appreciate you. So the purpose for this conversation is to designate two, oh, there we go. Building the truck on the way to the fire. That's what it is. That was the analogy. That's what you've done. You sort of come in the same way that we came in as commissioners, and you figured it out, and you kind of got into the weeds of things and worked it out and gone above and beyond. And it's not gone it has not gone unnoticed. So I wanted to start with that. So the purpose of this conversation, it should be relatively brief. It is to form two committees. One for the acting executive director for that function, and one for the chief people officer function. And the purpose is to provide additional support, to designate commissioners so that you know, in terms of the reporting structure, and making that as clear as can be who those individuals are, and also having regular check-ins as well. Another component will be an evaluation, and that's something that we do for, we do that normally for the executive director. The executive director usually does that for the CPO, but because of our construction currently, the commission will do both. And so these committees will be charged with that. I have had the opportunity to check in with the members of the commission, so I will let everyone here know what I think might be a good construction of each committee, but also opening up to conversation and discussion amongst the entire commission. For the acting executive director committee, my recommendation that it consists of myself and Commissioner Roy. And for the Chief People Officer Evaluation Committee, I recommend that it consists of Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. But I will take a pause and ask my fellow commissioners just to offer any thoughts, comments, or questions that you have at this point. I think that's a good sign. I don't see any. Okay, Commissioner Roy.
No, and I just want to echo, Madam Chair. We're very grateful to you, Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek. You were put in an unenviable position right out of the gate to run an agency and oversee, be the Chief People Officer is what you were hired to do. And you have stepped up so much. And your work ethic is tireless. Weekends, long hours in the evening. And you wear many hats right now. So I'm looking forward to supporting you in any way I can. Look forward to working together on this. But again, we're very grateful. This is an inflection period we're at. 6 years in now almost, and we are going to be hiring a new executive director, and we're going to assess where our needs are within the agency and how do we use them most effectively and efficiently. So having said that, again, thank you so much, and we're grateful for your stewardship.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any other comments or questions, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And just to echo your comments and Commissioner Roy's comments, and I've had this conversation with our acting executive director in terms of what she walked in fully expecting to do, and then obviously, she was. We appreciate that she was willing to take on the additional responsibilities, in terms of filling in as acting executive director. So I know I get very late night emails from her, so I know she is doing the work, doing the job, very diligent about it. I think at our last meeting, I mentioned how impressed I have been with how she has leaned into knowing the job, learning the job, as well as understanding this new industry. I mean, it's a 6-year-old industry now in Massachusetts, but I greatly appreciate her interest in leaning in to the industry and learning more about it, and really getting a good handle on the different components of the commission's work. I too am happy to step up and work alongside my colleague, Commissioner Camargo, Chair, as you suggest, in supporting Ms. Hilton Creek in terms of her responsibilities as Chief People Officer. Happy to offer that support and be a resource for her as she goes about her work. Obviously, she comes to us with a tremendous background in everything HR related, and we continue to grow as a commission, and know she has a lot of work and strategies and plans ahead. So happy to work with her on that. I would just express a little bit of reluctance about considering this as an evaluation committee. And again, Chair, as you touched upon it, we approve goals for the acting executive. We approve goals for the executive director, and there is a whole timing that is laid out for that currently, even though, as I've pointed to in the past, we can always come back and revisit that process. So I'm a little reluctant to think of it as an evaluation committee, but more as, can we be a team that works to support Ms. Hilton Creek in the 2 capacities that she's working in so far. But that, I guess, would be my only question and comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I see our General Counsel has joined us, so I will ask our General Counsel, Christina Gasson, if you had any comments that you wanted to provide at this point, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. I did want to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Stebbins's comments that it may be a better way to phrase it, that it's going to be a delegation of authority to fewer than a quorum of commissioners to conduct those check-ins or evaluations or whatever type of reviews you want to call it. Just because we want to, if it's going to be a delegation of authority, you can conduct those reviews amongst yourselves, and then if you'd like to, obviously you can share those results with or any type of documents or feedback with the full commission at a public meeting. That way it allows you to complete those sessions. So I'm not sure I would phrase it as a committee as well. I might be just more of a delegation of authority, but I did want to pipe in and just give that feedback.
That is helpful. And I do have motion language. I'll read it aloud, so there will be 2 separate motions. So the entire commission understands the language, and you can offer any feedback. The first is a motion to delegate authority to Acting Chair Concepcion and Commissioner Roy to conduct check-ins and performance reviews with Deborah Hilton Creek in her capacity as Acting Executive Director of the Commission. The second motion is a motion to delegate authority to Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins to conduct check-ins and performance reviews with Deborah Hilton Creek in her capacity as Chief People Officer of the Commission. So those are the 2 motions, and I think the name of the agenda item, it might be, that's where the evaluation word comes in. So we do not have to name them evaluation committees, but I'll reiterate what I understand from our general counsel is really it's a delegation of authority. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for creating and offering those motions. Just so I think we're all clear is that even though we are being delegated to work with Ms. Hilton Creek in the two hats that she's wearing right now, does nothing to prevent any commissioner for going to her and asking her questions or having regular check-ins. So I don't think that was the intention to do away with that ability for us to interact with her wearing both of her hats, but just to offer up that clarity.
I'm muted. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think that's helpful to clarify. You are correct in your understanding. That does not prevent any commissioner. I'm sure we all have regular check-ins and conversations, and this does not upend that process that's already that already happens currently. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, you had talked about concern about the evaluation component. Can you just explain that a little further? And does what this proposal today misalign with past practice? Can you just talk about that a little bit more?
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. No, I'm just, Chair, as you suggested, we're in this very interesting time where we have an incredible professional who's wearing both of these hats. We are involved in evaluating the performance of the executive director, and we have previously spelled out a schedule and process for that to be undertaken. And as you, Chair, suggested, the executive director is somebody who offers or does an evaluation of the chief people officer into in addition to some of the other direct reports. So I just wanted to remind the four of us about that, but at the same time, you know, if Chair, if I'm hearing you, is that we have the opportunity to consider an evaluation, and obviously we would consider that in conjunction with Ms. Hilton Creek, but just being mindful of kind of the role of these two designated authorities, and that we're commissioners working to support the acting executive director / chief people officer, and that if at some point we want to suggest an evaluation, I think that's a process that all four of us would need to work out, as well as have agreement from Ms. Hilton Creek in terms of that process. But that was my point of raising that, and just kind of making sure we're all on the same page.
So Commissioner Stebbins, this would delegate that authority to two commissioners. So it would not be, it gives discretion for those two committees to conduct evaluations. If I'm hearing what you just said, you're saying that we would return as a collective before making that decision?
No, I appreciate your thought in that we have that discretion. Again, I want us to be mindful of, and again, we're working in kind of an clunky and unusual period here right now, but just being mindful of, you know, our responsibilities in the normal situation of having two individuals occupying these positions. And that, you know, I appreciate hearing from you, Chair, that, you know, we have the opportunity for discretion around this type of evaluation if that's part of the work that we wish to do with Ms. Hilton Creek in either of her capacities. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for folks listening as well, so the timeline, and Commissioner Stebbins, because you were the lead on this, correct me if I was wrong. So previously we would get the evaluation form around December, have a January in that time frame to have it completed back in January, and then the review would be done. That would be collected, synthesized, presented to the ED, and then we would vote at a subsequent meeting. May I make a pitch that we change it to a fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year? Because the budget, the goals, everything we do kind of wraps around like a fiscal year. And here we are evaluating a calendar year. So I'm just making a pitch. Maybe we want to consider adjusting to a fiscal year.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think that's been part of, for me, that's part of a longer term conversation. You know, we all know that the evaluation of the executive director is also tied to the evaluation process for the rest of the team. And almost as I was working with our previous COO and previous CPO when we were talking about an evaluation process for the ED, we were mindful of that, right? That split between how can I get my goals done if I realize halfway through the year that the budget came out one way. And we tried to provide for some flexibility in there with respect to a mid-year check-in. I think that makes a lot of sense, Commissioner Roy. I think we should look long-term when we have a new executive director on board. And again, this is where I know we would heavily rely on Ms. Hilton's Creek experience in her chief people officer role, that we could revisit that. So I'm just suggesting if we get into some type of evaluation that it might not be a perfect fit, but it's got to be the right fit for where we are right now in this, you know, the current situation that the commission's in.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, did you have any additional questions for Commissioner Stebbins, or any additional questions?
I don't think so. Just so basically what we would have done last December, we weren't able to do because, like Commissioner Stebbins, where we are right now. So how do we modify it, customize it to where we are now in the agency? And I think that's what we're trying to do.
I think we can analyze and we can figure that out. I think that's a separate conversation from just the delegation and the creation of the teams. But that there's still opportunity and time to kind of dissect and get into the details of how that should look and the best way to proceed. Okay. Commissioner Camargo, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm just listening right now. I mean, I think it makes sense, what you just said, and I'm glad that we're moving forward with it.
Okay. All right. So with that said, I will begin with the first motion. I will seek a motion from any of the commissioners to delegate authority to Acting Chair Concepcion and Commissioner Roy to conduct check-ins and performance reviews with Deborah Hilton Creek in her capacity as Acting Executive Director of the Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
I think I heard Stebbins first. Okay, so the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Okay, the next motion. Is there a motion to delegate authority to Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins to conduct check-ins and performance reviews with Deborah Hilton Creek in her capacity as Chief People Officer of the Commission?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you all. I will also ask our Acting Executive Director and CPO if you have any comments, questions that you want to ask or say at this point?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a lot to say. First of all, I just want to say I am really proud of all of you because this really tells me. Oh, and let me just interject with, I have a whole lot more to learn. Okay. But I want to say I'm very proud of all of you, and the reason I'm saying this, and this is very sincere and genuine, is because you're learning from me as much as I'm learning from you. This actually is setting the foundation for the evaluation of the next ED that comes on board. So I embrace this. It's an evaluation, it's a performance review, however we want to coin it or term it. I think this is an awesome thing to happen. I think everyone in the agency needs to be evaluated based on their performance. And so I wouldn't be the good CPO if I didn't tell you you were on the right track. So thank you so much for this. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the vote of confidence. And I look forward to, participating in the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hilton Creek, for your willingness to go through this period of time with us, and your willingness to serve in these two capacities. And also want to thank you, Chair, for coming up with this idea, coming up with this solution to how commissioners can support Ms. Hilton Creek as she serves in these two capacities. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay. With that said, we can go on to the next item on today's agenda. It's much anticipated, the model HCA template. I see Director Kyle Potvin has joined us. Kyle, thank you for everything you do. I will now hand it over to you to kind of walk us through what we have before us and next steps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Acting Executive Director. Very excited. Looking forward to this meeting and very excited to talk about these three items up for discussion and vote with the Commission today. If we can move to the next slide, we'll jump right into what they are, which has been talked about. The model HCA, the updated, actually brand new guidance on host community agreements, and the updated guidance on licensure. Next slide, please. Our first item for discussion, and I'll preface this with just going over just a brief history of each one of these items that are up for discussion and votes. Some general information of what staff have done to get us to this point, as well as any other clarifying information. And of course, as always, happy to answer any questions that commissioners may have. So the first item here is our model host community agreement. This initial draft was provided to the Commission and on January 11th at its public meeting. It was decided at that point that public comment was critical to making sure that this document in its final format would be functional for industry, for all participants, for municipalities, because we really want to leverage and stress that this document can be used to be functional by a whole host and variety of individuals that are participating in the industry. We did launch the public comment period that happened between January 17th and January 31st, a 2-week period. Staff did review all the public comments. I believe there were 19 or 20 that submissions that were received during the 2-week period. They were incredibly insightful. And I want to also take the opportunity to appreciate everybody that did submit those public comments, whether they were redline versions with suggested edits, whether they were substantive comments on issues, questions about clarity on some of the sections of the model HCA that was presented at the January 11th meeting. All of those comments were absorbed and taken in by staff. And again, really appreciated everybody's feedback. Members of the General Counsel team, Enforcement Counsel team, Government Affairs, and myself met over a couple of different meetings. I think we probably got a very familiar with each other because we spent approximately 8 hours going over these public submissions. To give you an idea of how we approach this is, like I said, there were 19 or 20 public comment submissions. When we looked at those public comment submissions and broke them down into individual issues, there were approximately 90 line items of issues that we had to go through and assess, because we did do an assessment on each and every one of them. The assessment essentially included, is this compliant with the Chapter 180? Is it compliant with the changes to the law? Is it compliant with the commission's regulations that were just promulgated in October? That was the first step of the analysis. And what we did was, after that, we went through each of the ones that we thought were compliant with the law and regulations, and we did a track change version of the model HCA, which is up and posted to our website right now and up for discussion and vote today before the commission. This document is essentially the same document that was presented at the January 11th meeting, with 2 exceptions. It's been formatted by our amazing digital communications team under the supervision of Director Anne-Marie Burke. So it is formatted differently than the original document on January 11th. And again, it contains track changes for your consideration. Essentially, the document, based on the public comments, we wanted to try to incorporate as much of those public comments as possible that we thought were appropriate to do so that you could have a final version and see the changes and minimize, if any commissioner has any suggestions or additional edits, we wouldn't have to do a lot of in real time editing, because that can occupy a lot of time of the commission and it can get a little messy. So we as staff did take that opportunity to try to incorporate as many of the comments that we thought were appropriate for your consideration. If approved, the track changes will be accepted. Additional formatting will be completed to make it a fill in the blank, again, towards that more functional nature of the document. And it will be posted to the commission's website for use by both industry, applicants, licensees, and municipalities. With that, I will stop and see if there's any questions, comments, concerns, other suggested edits, or anything else I can help with.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
I have a bunch of things I want to go over, but I just want to say this, you can see the thank you so much, Director Potvin, and the amount of work and the time that went in. This is such a thoughtful document. The goal is, you know, we want folks to look to this, because at the end of the day, we want everyone to be compliant. And I want to thank you and the team for really, you can just see the hours of work that went into this. So I don't think we have the document itself that we can put up. I don't think, do we have that? Because I need to point to different sections.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I think it would be difficult right now in real time to bring the document up, but again, it is available on the commission's website for people that are following along. I also have the same version that you have that's available at the public for public consumption on our website. And I'm happy to follow along on my end. And if you have any questions or other suggested edits, I can incorporate them. Okay,
so maybe we can just get clarity. So in reading some of the comments too, so the company shall notify the municipality within 5 business days of the issuance of a final license to the company by the commission for any license covered under this agreement. Additionally, the company shall notify the municipality within 5 business days of the issuance of a renewal of a license to the company by the commission for any license. And then the next line, the municipality must provide within 1 month anniversary date that the company receives the final license from the commission, the claimed CIFs. So I understand upon issuance of a final license, because that's fluid sometimes, and maybe you only have 5 days, but a renewal, why are we only providing the municipality 5 days to let them know the renewal date? Like, I understand the issuance of a final license, but the renewal, now that's memorialized. And why are we only it could be 30 days? Because I just think that's kind of.
Director Poppin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So that was a suggestion of, that was part of one of the public comments, is this kind of gap filler, I would say, unintentional gap filler, because in the regulations and pursuant to the law, the municipality has to send an invoice of their claimed community impact fees annually on the anniversary of the final license, if they are in fact collecting or want to collect community impact fees. This provision was put in so that municipalities and licensees both have an obligation here, because there's no current obligation for the licensee to let the municipality know when they got a final license. So the question becomes, how can the municipality comply? They would have to essentially, if this provision wasn't here, they would have to essentially stay up to date with the commission's public meetings. So this was a gap filler provision that I think makes the process more efficient and aims for overall compliance. The reason why we put 5 days, because 5 days as far as notification purposes is a very consistent theme throughout the commission's regulations that require updating notifications on behalf of applicants and licensees to us. So in order to keep the general time frame around the same, that's why we were using 5 days. For example, if there's a change to any part of an initial license application, once somebody gets licensed, something outside of a change of ownership, change of location, change of name, if there's like a change to an SOP, under 935 CMR 500-104, they have to update us within 5 business days. So we wanted to try to keep the time frame consistent, so that there wasn't too many time frames being thrown around.
Okay, and thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful. And I guess to piggyback on that, so if the municipality doesn't provide the itemized claimed impacts within 30 days of the anniversary date of the final license, then they will forfeit that claim, if you will. But is there any teeth? What happens if the licensee fails to provide them the notice of the date? So in other words, there's teeth against the municipality. What about the licensee who's remiss in their obligation? What happens?
As of right now, there's no requirement in the regulations that were just promulgated in October for the licensee to notify them. So there is no regulatory requirement, compliance requirement on that front.
So they still have a claim. So in other words, the licensee fails to notify Kim Roy's Cannabis, fails to notify the town that it's located about the renewal date. And so the town doesn't know, and then they submit it 45 days after because they weren't notified. Did they forfeit their right because they weren't notified? I mean, I'm just saying, is that a loophole we need to talk about?
So the requirement is on the municipalities, based on the law, based on the regulations. So this was put in to try to add in kind of a safety net component, but it is not in fact policy. It's not, in fact, regulations. There is no requirement that the licensee have to notify them. So the onus is on the municipality to know this and to be up to date with this and to be in contact and to be aware of this information. So whether that's a gap in policy, ultimately is for the commission to decide. But as part of the model HCA, we're trying to close that as a suggested added term of the model HCA. There's other things that I think can be discussed amongst staff, along with the acting executive director, about the publishing of these dates in a centralized place. So municipalities will have a tool.
Yes.
But
Okay.
That's a further conversation that would need to occur not only with the acting executive director, but most likely the director of government affairs, the chief of investigations and enforcement. So there's conversations that need to be had there to probably provide that information in some type of summary way and make that publicly available for municipalities. But essentially, based on commission policy and regulations, it is the requirement and the onus is on the municipality to be aware of these dates.
Director Potvin, absent the creation of a new tool, how do, just for everyone listening and for our own understanding, how can municipalities find information on the renewal date?
So there's a couple of different avenues that I think that we can employ, but the one avenue that is available right now is they can directly reach out to our licensing team at licensing@cccmass.com. They can get that information. That is not privileged information. Those dates that obviously everything's voted upon or approved like via commence operations, but final licenses, that's public information, and we're happy to provide those dates if the municipality reaches out to us. So that's always an option, and that's an option that's been available since the beginning of the program.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, did you have, I'll before we go into any additional questions, it would be helpful if you also told us where you're looking on the draft model HCA.
Okay, I will.
Commissioner
Sure.
Roy, please.
Thank you. Okay, on page 26 on the model HCA, under section 6, available option, colon, HCA waiver. I'm not sure how the last sentence reads in that first paragraph, and I'm going to read it aloud, and I think it needs to be, unless I'm misreading it. Kyle,
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy. What page? There shouldn't be a page 26.
On my board book.
Oh.
Of the board book, 26 on the board book. On the, like, if you open the thumbnail that's on the side.
Do you see the bottom?
Oh, 11 on the document.
Okay.
On the document, page 11.
Perfect. Okay.
Section 6. Available option, colon, HCA waiver. If we could just read the last sentence, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. It says, if the parties execute an HCA waiver, the executed document shall be communicated to the commission by the license applicant or license in their license or license renewal application.
Commissioner Roy, do you mind citing that one more time? So you're looking on.
I'll say the page. It's on the document itself, page 11. And under section 6, it says available option, colon, HCA waiver. Is everybody with me?
No.
So my section 11 begins with my page 11 begins with section 11.
It's
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, so on the board book, it's page 26 if you download the whole board book or if you're on it. And then inside the document is page 11, section, like Commissioner Roy said, section 6. I was also, I don't know if you could do this in public meeting, but I was going to say one of us can share our screen if we wanted to, but I know that.
Are we able to do that?
Okay, maybe not. But either way, it's page 11 or page 26 of the board book.
And if you're not in the board book, on the document board book, you know, each page is numbered.
Yes.
On the bottom right, it's 11. I'll put the what I'm questioning in the chat too.
Okay.
So I'll just, if I could read it again, If the parties execute an HCA waiver, the executed document shall be communicated to the commission by the license applicant or license in their license or license renewal application.
And Commissioner Roy, what is your, what is the question?
Should it
that
say
you-
licensee? I'm just
Oh, I see.
confused.
No, Commissioner, Director Potvin, please.
Commissioner Roy, I'm unfortunately, I'm not finding where you're seeing that in the model HCA. Are we talking about the model HCA or the guidance on host community agreements?
Probably the guidance. Hold on. Yes, guidance. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead to the guidance. Yes, thank
Okay.
you, Director Potvin, thank you. So do you want me to table that question for when we get to the
Let's
guidance?
table it. Let's table it.
Okay, sorry, I jumped way ahead. I might have notes all over the place. And Director Potvin, a couple of other things I just want to bring up that were in the comments that we received from stakeholders. And one was about nuisance complaints. If you could talk about that. And then I think folks were looking for more of a definition on what non-frivolous means and enhanced need means. So if we could kind of just talk about that as well.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yes, the group that assessed these public comments definitely did see multiple inferences and suggestions around nuisances when it comes to odor mitigation and other things. The commission does have some regulations around the need to ensure compliance where local ordinances and bylaws. That's usually happening at the local level because of the terms and the provisions of the host community agreement regulations. If it's something that is passed by as a bylaw or an ordinance, that usually would happen at the local level. We didn't think that it was appropriate to put that in this kind of global document because every municipality may have a different approach to this. That's not meaning that a municipality and a licensee or a license applicant can't add to this document a provision around odor mitigation. We just did not think that it was appropriate to put it in this document as a functional, to be as functional as possible and global as possible. That's something that I think the parties would have to negotiate on an individual level.
Okay, and the second part,
Commissioner Roy.
I'm sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. About, I think folks were looking for edification around non-frivolous and what our definition in reasonably related, we put enhanced need. And I think folks were looking for clarification around both of those things.
So Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Director
Thank you.
Potvin.
So there is a term section in the HCA where some of the terms are defined. Those terms are taken directly from the commission's regulations and specifically the definition section. That's established policy. Some of the terms that people were asking about non-frivolous, or in the case of enhanced needs, if the terms are not defined in that term section, the ordinary definition of those terms applies. And that may be dependent on a number of factors. One, that might be dependent on existing case law. That might be dependent on interpretation within the commission as we start this exercise of going through reviewing these HCAs and reviewing, eventually certifying community impact fees. So those terms will carry the normal definition, the everyday definition that they have. And we did not think that we were in a position to establish policy, which is essentially what that would be doing, on defining those terms at this point.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. And another question that came up, if a disputed CIF, a disputed fee is later determined to be proper, what is the procedure for payment?
Director Potvin.
So the procedure for payment, there is a provision that if the licensee does not have to pay a claimed CIF if there is ongoing litigation, non-frivolous litigation, which is where I think that term was coming from. Once that is settled, let's say in an example, hypothetical, again, I might be getting ahead of myself because we're still getting our feet under these processes, but there is a regulation on point that says, and it's also included in the model HCA, that and it's taken right from regulations, is that the company has to pay no later than the end of the fiscal year or within 90 days of the commission certification, whichever is later. So there is a time frame that's established, and more likely than not, that time frame would kick in once, say, a lawsuit or claim or dispute is resolved. Again, but that's also, I want to caveat that with the fact that we would still probably have to work that out in real time once that comes up, if in a situation where that situation comes up.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Potvin. So that leads to my other question. We put fiscal year and it came up, right? So should we qualify what fiscal, in other words, businesses have their own fiscal year, you know, so what fiscal, should we say exactly which fiscal year? You know, so everybody is on the same page of what month it starts, what day, and when it ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Roy, that was actually an added term and defined in the red line version under section 1.
Okay.
We define fiscal year as meaning the time period beginning with July 1st and ending with June 30th. And the reason why we defined it as such is that is how it's defined in an appropriate section of Massachusetts law for municipalities.
Oh, that is helpful. That's thank you, Director Potvin. I know my face is so close to the screen right now because I have the model HCA in front of me. Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional questions?
No, and Director Potvin, thank you so much for answering all that. I do, when we get to the guidance, that we'll revisit that sentence. But thank you, Director Potvin.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, thank you for those questions. That's good. It's always good to hear, we can't talk to each other right before these meetings, but it's good to hear that we're all thinking similar in terms of, you know, some of this stuff, and that people email us, all of us. Director Kyle, you and I had a conversation yesterday just about some inquiries that I received and that I was able to send to you. You know, some of them fall within the Model HCA, some of them fall within the a guidance document, but what I'm really concerned about is education to operators and municipality. And, you know, coming fresh off a roundtable yesterday, you know, there's so much confusion, and the implementation of Chapter 180 is now here as it relates to this. So I'm going to just sort of throw some, you know, some questions out there, Madam Chair, if I may, and I think it relates a little bit to the HCA process. And if I'm off topic within the section, feel free to stop me and tell me to stop to the next section. But, you know, Director, and I don't know if this is the right time or place, but I think we also need to understand what somebody asked me yesterday was, Commissioner, what's the power of the pen for commissioners when you're reviewing HCAs? What will be the process for the reviewing of these HCAs? I always go operationally, so internally within our team. And then when it gets to us, there's a lot of things that we know. We have a lot of municipalities that have taken advantage of operators, and I'm okay with saying that, have asked for things that are unreasonable and have not caused an impact in their city or town. Yet cities and towns see this as an opportunity to, you know, strong arm or shake down or whatever you want to call it, some of these operators, to be able to get things throughout this HCA process. So within the power of the pen, both internally throughout the operation process, and then when it gets to us, that's really a concern that I really want to understand. And if today's not the day for it, that's okay, but I think we really need to understand that. The other thing that also within this, I know there's a section, I'll have to go back and look at it within the renewal section, Kyle, but also really understanding, folks get really nervous when it comes to renewal time. And when it comes to, either renewing their HCA or their impact fees, depending on the dates, etc. So I would want to hear a little bit about that, Kyle, if you can.
Dr. Poppin? Kyle, you're muted.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Let me, I believe I heard essentially two different scenarios that you threw out just now. Let me take the first one first. The power of the pen situation and that assessment of HCAs or HCA waivers that are submitted to the commission in one of these license applications. Through regulations that were just promulgated, the authority to review these things and issue, say, requests for information, notices of deficiency, has been delegated down to the executive director or his delegee, which was built in on purpose so that we could, as staff, specifically investigations and enforcement staff, assess these things when they're submitted in applications like we do with every other requirement in a license application. The process that will be in place, that is in place for essentially tomorrow, March 1st, is that when we get a license application or a license renewal application and we see the HCA, we're going to assess it based on your established policies, the ones that were promulgated in October. If we see something that's not compliant, we're going to issue either a request for information or a notice of deficiency, not only to the applicant, but also to the municipality, so that both parties that are subject to these agreements are on notice of what the issues are with the HCA and give them the information and the options to come into compliance so that they can move forward in the licensing process. As far as the second part of your first question is what happens once an application comes and is being recommended to the commission, say for provisional licensure, and you have reviewed the HCA that the team has found compliant. What is your options at that point? That I want to say is a question that we should talk about at a later time, not in the too distant future, because that's a conversation that needs to be had with the acting executive director, the chief of investigations and enforcement, and specifically our general counsel. Does that answer question one?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's helpful. One, for I think us as commissioners, and I said this to you yesterday, we almost have to get trained on reviewing HCAs, right? So it's sort of like an onboarding, right? When it gets to us, because we're so used to looking at, energy plans and positive impact plans and diversity plans, so I'm thinking forward and our obligation as commissioners, because, the public will want to know and will want to know what our authority is and the power of the pen, like I was asked. So that's very helpful to understand. Also, let me ask you another question, Kyle, if I may. And this falls under the HCA, but what would we be doing when a municipality has failed to promulgate by July 1st? 2023, the required municipal equity provisions. Is that in this HCA or is that something separate?
Commissioner Camargo, do you mind restating the question one more time?
Sorry, yeah. What would we be doing? So what the CCC when a municipality has failed to promulgate by July 1st, the required municipal equity provisions.
Director Coffin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I believe you're speaking to the requirement that municipalities establish policies and procedures around equity, essentially municipal equity. That is one of the things that the commission was tasked with, was establishing minimum acceptable procedures and policies regarding municipal equity. So those are all kind of tied in together. While Chapter 180 did have that July 1st date, that July 1st date applies specifically to municipalities. So I kind of want to put this into two buckets, which is the responsibility of the municipalities under the law, and also what the commission adopted as policies and what and through regulations on how we are going to address these certain issues. Through regulations, the commission in our municipal equity section under 935 CMR 500.181 has given municipalities the information of what we think is the minimum acceptable standards to establish municipal equity. And we've given them until May 1st of 2024 to adopt certain ordinances or bylaws to accomplish those goals. There's also a section of those that same section that talks about the ability to submit complaints to the commission that of municipal non-compliance. It also has another section in that same body of regulations that talks about what the commission can do. And essentially the steps are, first step is to try to get the municipality, put the municipality on notice that they are not in compliance and give them an opportunity to fix that. Ultimately, our goal is for compliance. If they do not fix that, there's a couple of different measures that were adopted through policy of what the commission can do. One of those, which I think is the part of the same section of Chapter 180 that you're talking about, is the assessment of fines that are equal to the total amount of community impact fees that they've collected from MEs and MTCs. The commission through policy has established in that same body of regulations that we will not assess fines until May 1st, 2025. So that's two different buckets of the law that applies specifically to municipalities, but then what commission staff and commission as a body will do and when we will do that by.
Commissioner Camargo.
And Director, I'm assuming someone's helping you here, maybe taking notes or something, because I know that there's still a lot that's going to have to happen after this. But I want to read another question that was asked, and I think this is the perfect time to ask, if I may. It's in relation to the short-term renewal problem with HCAs. And this is a question sort of suggestion. And again, this is around sort of the renewal process of the HCA, because what I'm sort of hearing is that people are in the, there's folks that will be in the middle of HCA negotiations. Some folks don't have the big dollars to find these big law firms and attorneys, right? So folks are nervous about the HCA renewal process and et cetera. So I think this is where it's coming from. But here's the proposed statement. It's a proposed HCA emergency rule. An emergency rule stating that the CCC is beginning HCA review as expected, but beginning April 1st, 2024, all marijuana establishments can be renewed once without a fully compliant HCA if a marijuana establishment submits a letter to the commission attesting to the complications it is having or expected to have when negotiating a compliant HCA with a host community. So again, I'm just putting it out there because I read these things and I want to understand them from an industry perspective. And I'll add this to the chat, exactly what I just read right now, into the record. And again, it's a proposed emergency rule, but I think, would love to Kyle, get your thought on it, but just because of the process that some of these operators are going to see themselves in during this renewal process.
I will, I'll interject with a few, with my own response, and then I'll let Director Poffin also offer, his thoughts. I think it is important to clarify a few things. The model HCA is meant to be a supportive tool. It's not a requirement for people to use the model HCA. And Chapter 180 was passed in August 2022. It's important to know that as of August 2022, that was essentially notice of the changes that would come. We discussed our pending litigations throughout last year, 2023. They got promulgated in November of last year. So the one thing I just want to clarify is, although the model HCA is being discussed and will eventually be voted on today, the law was already in existence. The development of our regulations were well publicized and discussed at length during a number of different periods and long conversations, and the regulations have been available and promulgated beginning in November. So although the model HCA is something that is new and is fresh from today, the requirements were given months before today. So I wanted to offer that to give some additional context to what we're doing and what we have done to this point. But I'll pause there, Director Poffin, if there's anything that you want to add in response to Commissioner Camargo's question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that you just said. Some things that I would clarify or add to that would be, this was like, as you alluded to, Chair, is the kind of the public meetings that were held in September. I think we originally had like 1 or 2 scheduled, and it ended up being Monday through Friday, sometimes to 6 o'clock at night, to finalize these regulations, which was time well spent, and very thoughtful conversations. And in that, I think as a reminder, and I believe to the best of my ability, it's a reminder, this was one of the items of setting that March 1st date. Was that, I think originally it was May 1st. There was a proposal to bring it back to January 1st. And then I think the commission ultimately settled and promulgated that March 1st date. One of the concepts of talking about those dates was that we needed to get industry and internally staff prepared to assess these host community agreements. This was the potential to have this concern for licensees that were going to be seeking renewal, which is a statutory requirement now, that they have this HCA or HCA waiver as part of their annual renewal, and that it's compliant with the law. This concern that you're bringing up, Commissioner Camargo, was foreseen. And ultimately, based on policy, that date is tomorrow.
Yep.
But with that being said, there are also other policies that have been adopted to try to mitigate the concern that industry and licensees have regarding this. One of those, as the chair said, this model HCA, if approved today, and let's say a licensee has a non-compliant HCA with a municipality, this model HCA can be downloaded from our website, filled in the blank, and used as what we are calling an interim agreement. It essentially will replace the current HCA, but it will get them immediately into compliance with this easily accessible fill in the blank tool, so that they can at least move forward and continue to operate, and then maybe go back to the negotiation table with the municipality and make a more and make it an amended HCA from there. So this model HCA is intended to be kind of that interim solution. That's just one. The other policy that kind of could probably curtail some of these concerns is the equitable relief provisions that we provided for in the regulations. Let's say that either the municipality does not want to continue or wants to discontinue their relationship with an ME. There's some options seeking equitable relief from the commission, where they would essentially petition the commission to get some type of relief so that they can continue to operate in the meantime and maybe make some decisions on where they can go or how they can continue to operate in the meantime. There are some of these things that were built into policies to try to alleviate this as much as possible. However, as the chair brought up, this law went into effect in November of 2022. The regulations really are on par and derived right from that law. So unfortunately, the one thing I can say is that the assessment based on your decisions in promulgating these regulations, these HCAs and HCA waivers have to be assessed starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your comments, and Director, thank you so much as well. And I was one of the ones that pushed for March 1st, so I'm really happy that tomorrow is March 1st. And I apologize. I think I apologized months ago to the staff for pushing March 1st, but I think it's important. I'm glad that we are here and it is here. And you know, some of the commentary and some of the information that I've brought today is just fresh from conversations. And I think what's helpful is for people to hear and to understand the process and reiterate, you know, where we went and what we did and why all this stuff is here. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And my prior questions and things like that, I know we'll follow up at a different time, but I really appreciate it because, and I sound like a broken record, you know, part of this is education and awareness for these operators who are trying to run their businesses right now and do not have the capital or the capacity to have lawyers and lobbyists and folks that understand this as we understand it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you for your questions. I think sometimes when you're on this side, on the other side of things, you don't know, how things could be interpreted by people who have not have the benefit of sort of like going through these issues internally and fleshing out some of these conversations. And so I want to just give you my personal appreciation for the questions that you asked, and also for the ones that we still need to get to because they're thought-provoking. So I hope that if I know you well enough, I know you already have, you're making a note of the things that we are saying we need to get back to, but it just puts little seeds in my head about some of the things that we should probably be tackling in the near future. So I just wanted to say thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Potvin, and thank you for that explanation. And you had mentioned different policy options, the model HCA being interim agreement, equitable relief provision. Is there a third? And what I mean by that is, could an HCA waiver be executed until a compliant HCA can be agreed upon? Is that a third option?
Director Potvin.
Commissioner Roy, thank you so much for that question. Yes, the answer is yes. So an HCA waiver, which is a template form, which is finalized and subject to approval by the acting executive director, a very simple fill in the blank form. That form could be executed, say, kind of similar to the model HCA in the interim. And that HCA waiver would suffice and comply with the law and comply with the commission's regulations. And that could be used in the meantime. And then it would be supplanted by, if the parties so choose, a new compliant HCA in the future. So yes, that is a third option. And that's a great point to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank my colleagues for the good conversation, and really impressed that Director Potvin, I think you were prepared for most of the incoming questions you were going to get. So appreciate all your thoughts and answers and the comments of my colleagues. I have just a couple of quick questions on the template itself. One is, if you go to page 5 of the template, where it talks about location. I guess this is just for my understanding, those two boxes, are those signature boxes, or is that where somebody is supposed to put the location of the facility?
Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Those boxes actually are, and it's probably not that clear, but those boxes have actually been deleted. And those two provisions have been deleted, and now it's just that first paragraph.
Okay.
And the reason why is because we did get public comments from several different constituents saying that that section was unclear. That section was kind of confusing. So we simplified it, and the parties can now add to that section as they see fit. The original intent of those boxes and the original intent of that section is based on when the working group was meeting to draft these regulations initially. One of the exercises that we went through was we read several different existing host community agreements. One of the things I remember from those host community agreements is that some of them contained actually stated addresses and some of them didn't, because the person that they executed the HCA with did not have a property yet. They based it more on like a term that says, hey, it needs to be properly zoned, the location you end up picking. So we wanted to try to incorporate that. That was the intent of it. But the feedback that we got was that it was confusing. So we simplified it and deleted it and just kept that one paragraph.
Okay. I appreciate that. And we have heard stories of locations that were approved and then sometimes another entity, planning commission, zoning board steps in and says, no, all that work you've done doesn't work. So I hope that will be helpful. Just a little bit further down that page where it talks about compliance. We talked about compliance with the state statute. However, there's terminology that says as the same may be amended from time to time. But right below that, we've stricken that from the municipality section. And I'm just wondering why we're leaving it in for the state language, but removing it from the municipalities line at the bottom of page 5 still.
Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I believe it was left in because, well, let me reverse that. The reason why it was taken out from the municipality section is that ordinances and bylaws at different local levels sometimes are easily and more quickly promulgated and can change, can occur when an applicant or a licensee is in a different phase. So I think having that additional language, from my recollection with the parties that were involved in editing this and seeing that particular phrase, which was members of GC team, EC team, is that leaving that in on the municipal level could cause some confusion, could cause some issues. But leaving it in on the state statute, because that would be mandated by the legislature onto us, was appropriate to do so. That's my best recollection.
Director Poppin, I have a follow-up question to that. Can you break down the utility of the phrase? You know, what function does it serve? Why was it injected to even that first component for statutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect scenario is the fact of people right now, our industry, our licensees and applicants have HCAs compliant with the prior version of 94G. And now they have to comply with Chapter 180 changes to 94G. So the example that we're in right now, where now they have to come into compliance with this new statute, that's the reason why we left that in there, is what happens if there's now another modification to 94G in the future or regulations.
Think I understand, but I don't. So we are signifying that if something was executed prior to the change in the law, it would comply, or are we saying that any changes to the law would then be applied to an existing HCA? Like I got a little bit confused there.
Thank you. For some clarity, let's use this example, and I think Commissioner Camargo brought it up with the sake of renewal licenses. Usually a law that goes into effect has specific terms that say this is forward-looking. This is forward applying from this day forward. As we know with Chapter 180, they did, it was enacted on November 22nd, November 2022, but it had a component in there that said every renewal license application has to now comply with this law. So there was that component there that forward looking for all renewal license applications. If you have a host community agreement that was executed prior to this, it now needs to comply with this. So it really is dependent on the law in the terms of the law, the conditions in the law. In the case of Chapter 180, that is something that's applicable because they brought in the renewal aspect, which is an annual forward-looking component, but is going to involve an HCA that was executed prior to.
That is helpful. And now I also understand more clearly the differentiation between 1 and 2. So between statutes and local ordinances and bylaws. Okay. Thank you, Director Potvin. Thank you for breaking that down for me. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any additional questions or did you have any follow-up questions to that, the first one that you asked?
No, first of all, it's great to have 2 lawyers answering that question. So that was really helpful to me as well in that conversation. I have one other question that's down at the bottom of page 10. Just under the section of discontinuance of operations, there is a red line track change. It appears that says that shall be no less than blank business days. One, I'm wondering why that change was added, and 2, do we want to be more prescriptive, or are we leaving this up to the municipality and the license holder in terms of what they agree is a suitable amount of time? Reasonable advance notice, I mean.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. That was based on a public comment that the commission did receive. The commission's regulations right now, which is specifically 935 CMR 500 183 3C5. Sorry for the legalese there. There is no time frame on when a municipality, how long a municipality needs to give a licensee that they're planning not to continue their relationship. There were some public comments that said there should be, well, let me step back for a second. There is a term in that section that says it can't be done in bad faith. We didn't want to, again, define bad faith, just like we didn't want to define non-frivolous. But we thought having this kind of provision in there goes towards the equity kind of component of the relationship between a municipality and the licensee and giving them a heads up. Almost, let's not do this in bad faith. So we put this in there as an option for the parties to negotiate. Hey, can you at least give us a fair heads up that you don't want us to stay here? The municipality says we want to discontinue our relationship. We didn't put a specific amount of days, but we added that language in there so that the parties can negotiate on what they think is a fair and reasonable amount of time.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that. Those were all the questions I had, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any other questions on the model HCA template? Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Potvin, on page 7, number 3. Let me know when you're there.
I believe that I'm there.
Okay, I know. Yeah, page 7 on the HCA. Okay, the municipality shall not explicitly or implicitly require the company to make a promise of future monetary payments, in-kind contributions, or charitable contributions to the municipality, notwithstanding the CIF payment provision allowed under General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 3. I remember this conversation vividly, and we had talked about, because this is a practice that's happening, upfront payments. And I'm wondering if we need just to add upfront, if we can add that. I know it was in the guidance, but it's not necessarily in this document. And I know that was an issue.
Commissioner Roy, just for some more clarity, you're suggesting the addition of that phrase of saying
Upfront payments. Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Director Potvin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Just for clarity, just this language is almost explicitly and completely taken from the regulations. I'm not, so if this agreement was executed, the first part of that, to make a promise of a future monetary payment, subject to the agreement, I don't know if we necessarily need to add upfront payment, because an upfront payment would still be a future payment after the execution of this document. Technically speaking, temporarily speaking, but I don't think it hurts. I don't think it's something that can't be done. I just don't know if it's necessary to do that. I know that was maybe a little clunky of an answer, and Chair, I see you're smiling, which is normally the fact that I just provoked something. But I don't know if it's necessarily needed, because but I don't think it hurts either. And I know that was a concern of a lot of parties.
Thank you, Director Potvin. I'll refrain from my thought process, at least for right now. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. My concern is kind of like a loophole, like to come to the table upfront payment. I don't know. I just feel that having it in writing, I don't know if there's a loophole there, upfront payment. And it has been occurring. We heard directly municipalities tell us, in order to come into our four corners of our town, you need to provide us an upfront payment.
That was the question I was asking. I was asking for an example of the scenario, so we can sort of. So, do you mind breaking that down a little bit more? Give us the example of what.
Sure, and I know what he's saying, that what comes first, like the chicken or the egg. And if we have this, then no longer, it's a future payment. It's not an upfront payment. But there was a common practice where, for you to play ball in the four corners of our community, you had to provide an upfront payment. So it's, if we need to expressly state, that's a no.
This is a new element, so I'm letting this kind of sink in, because I don't believe, I can't recall us in our working group sort of tackling that issue. So I'm thinking it through, just so everyone's aware of what's happening in my own head. But Director Potvin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, using the hypothetical, which yes, I've heard that as well. It's definitely within in different avenues of an upfront payment prior to the execution of the HCA. Adding it as a term of the model HCA would not solve that necessarily, because the payment has already occurred and the agreement hasn't been entered into yet. So I don't know if adding that to the agreement would solve that policy issue necessarily, because prior to the execution of the agreement, there's no responsibilities on either party except for applicable law.
So in 500, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
So in 500, 180, Section K, 1, 2, subsection 1, number 2, a provision that requires a licensed applicant and marijuana establishment to make upfront payments as a condition for opening in the host community is in our regulations.
Commissioner Roy, can you provide the citation one more time?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have it right. 500, 180. Section K. And then it's 661, number 6, then 1, then number 2.
Okay. Well, you already have it.
I put it in the chat too.
So what is the, put it all together
So-
for us. What is the question? What is the suggestion?
Okay, so let me just put a little more context in the chat for us, okay? So the following terms, conditions, clauses are prohibited in the HCA. And then number 2 in that is a provision that requires a licensed applicant and marijuana establishment to make upfront payments as a condition for operating in the host community.
And your recommendation is to essentially include that into this agreement.
Lift the language into the model HCA.
I understand. I don't have an objection to this, but I also understand what Director Poffin was stating in terms of what the effect that actually would have. Like because that's what we're missing. If there's no agreement entered into, and this is something that occurred prior to, unfortunately there's no teeth there, because you would not be operating, you wouldn't be in non-compliance with that contract.
Okay, what about, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
What about a change of ownership? So there's an HCA and then you have to create a new HCA, but there's already an HCA and they want to sell, somebody wants to sell, change of ownership, and there has to be a new HCA. But maybe the town says, well, in order for us to do that, we want upfront payment to create this new HCA because we have an SCP wants to sell. And they find a buyer, but the town says, well, we already created it, so you got to do an upfront payment for us to even come to the table to do the new. Yeah. So that prohibits an SCP from selling because there's a loophole there that for an upfront payment.
I can see what you're saying. I think I'll give you my thoughts that I have right now is I don't see the detriment of including that language. I think that would signal our overall intentions and the fact that this is not something that the commission, it's not in line with the overall intentions of our regulations and Chapter 180. So I think that would clarify that. So I am in agreement with including that language, especially because you and Director Poffin, and I think I saw Commissioner Camargo nodding her head about hearing that this is in fact it's a problem within the industry that needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. And we can probably think about another mechanism, maybe even when we're looking at that guidance document, and I'll table this for when we go into that conversation to also further clarify the direction of the commission. Director Poffin, what are your thoughts? I'd like to hear the way you think too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Again, like I initially said, I don't think it hurts, and thank you for providing that exact language. I did provide the actual citation in the chat. If the commission so decides, it can be added to the model HCA. It is a regulation. Again, going to kind of the temporal argument, and even in the example, Commissioner Roy, where you're using the change of ownership as like an upfront payment to the new potential owner, that new potential owner is not subject to that agreement. So again, it would be the same situation, because if they're not subject to that agreement, it potentially is a gap there. So they don't have to follow it, and the municipality doesn't have to like agree to that agreement with the new party because they haven't entered into one yet. So if they're in that situation, I think it would be the same temporal argument of who's subject to this agreement and when do these conditions go into effect. But again, I think putting it in there as messaging of the commission's existing regulations, the policy as the commission, as Chair Concepcion brought up, I think that would probably be something that could be further alluded to as the commission's policy direction within the guidance on HCAs as well. But I don't think it's, I think adding it to the model HCA is appropriate if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, do you have any thoughts on the inclusion of this language to the model HCA? Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with just adding it. I think as Director Potvin just suggested, it helps us mirror what's in the model HCA with the regs and that provision that has been provided to us in the chat. I think it's, we're trying to put something out there that nobody will, it's clear for all parties that use this, right? It's clear for the municipality, it's clear for the license applicant. So, just to clarify what we're looking at or what we're looking for, I think it's okay to say upfront and future monetary payments.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, are you comfortable with the inclusion of the language for upfront payments?
I'm comfortable with the language. Of course, my head's in the guidance document and I'm like, okay, so, these cities and towns have asked for outrageous things from operators, outrageous stuff. So, yes, to answer your question, but I'm also thinking about the guidance document and, how clear are we to municipalities, when it comes to some of these unreasonable related expenses. I can't tell you, and I know all of you have heard the ridiculous stories. So yes, and.
Okay. So let's put a pin on that because we will get to the guidance. On the model HCA, are there any other questions, comments, suggested edits before we take up a motion? Okay, and I think I have motion language, but it needs to be tweaked a bit to incorporate the that edit. Director Potvin, did you have any additional comments before we take up a motion on the model HCA?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. So.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sorry.
Just
I'm so many windows.
Director,
Commissioner Roy, please.
Director Potvin, and forgive me if you've already stated this, but after we ratify this as a board and final edits are done, where can the public find this document on our website? Where will they be able to get this?
That's an excellent question. Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, yes, excellent question. On our website, we have a specific section that is essentially it goes public resources and then forms. That most likely will be where that will be posted along with other forms that we have, such as a change of ownership application, change of location application, so on and so forth, where forms that are used as part of the application and licensing process, that is probably where it will be. Again, that I would want to confirm with our communications team, but that most likely will be where it will be.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
Is there a way we can proactively also, while we have it there, maybe Director Giancola can proactively send it to all the municipalities so they have it readily accessible, and maybe our comms team, whoever, or maybe our communications team or can send it out to all of our licensees, so they have it readily available. So we proactively are circulating this document as well as having it readily available on our website.
Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, you're definitely getting ahead of me, but they're great. They're great statements. Our communications team has already drafted a tentative and proposed press release that will obviously be subject to approval from the executive director, and it's under review based on the outcome of this meeting. That will include links to where these documents are. That press release will double also as an email outreach to all of our constituencies. So that's part of our external communication plan with Chapter 180 for all of these different milestones. But obviously, we didn't want to put the cart before the horse until you actually said, yeah, we're good with this. But we are already on top of it, and thanks to our communications team for already getting that ready. Right now it's about a 3-page press release that that we took care of.
You guys
Awesome.
are
Thank you.
amazing. You guys are amazing. All right, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'm a little worried that there are 2 press releases. It's one, the commission didn't vote yet. Let's hope that's not the case. Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Yes, do you have, yes, please, Commissioner Stebbins.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the model host community agreement template as presented, with the additional edit of including the word upfront in section 3 on page 7, in front of upfront and include that language in front of future monetary payments.
Commissioner Stebbins, it's extremely large. So there's motion language. I just want to make sure we include the portion that permits staff to make edits that are non-substantive. So I just, can you say your motion again, but also incorporate the language that gives staff the ability to make any other edits that might be required.
I'll try this again. I'll scrap my first motion and move to approve and adopt the draft model host community agreement as amended to be used as described in the board's regulations at 935 CMR 500.180 and 935 CMR 501.180, subject to non-substantive typographical and ministerial edits by staff and inclusion of the term upfront monetary payments is prescribed on page 7.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. The motion was made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you so much. We now have an approved model host community agreement. I will turn things back over to our wonderful director, Kyle Potvin, to bring us into the next item on the agenda, please.
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Sorry, Commissioner Camargo.
May we have a restroom break before we get into it?
Absolutely. How long do you need?
Like
How long do you
10.
need? 10?
At least 10.
All right. You got it. All right. So we will recess for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:15.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. It's now 12:16. I see Commissioner Stebbins. I see Director Potvin. Mr. Camargo. Commissioner Roy, are you back? Perfect. Okay. All right, so we are now going into the next item, and that is the guidance on host community agreements. And Director Potvin, I believe you are also going to walk us through this section as well. So please, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you for the confidence and the approval vote on the model HCA. A lot of work went into that. I think that was clearly demonstrated again, thanks to all the people that gave public comments and feedback and worked on this. And thank you for the approval and the ability to move forward with that. The next item here is the guidance on HCAs, host community agreements. This draft guidance is essentially a newly formed guidance document. It focuses in on the elements of what a compliant HCA is, what terms are required, what terms are permitted, what terms are prohibited. Additionally, this document provides information on the following: the use of the model HCA, the use of an HCA waiver, the availability of equitable relief, which is those three options that we talked about as being kind of interim solutions to municipalities and licensees that may not have compliant HCAs currently. And also a section on complaints about non-compliance and how those can be received and how those would be handled. If approved, this document will replace and expire essentially the current document that's available, which is entitled Guidance for Municipalities on Equity and Host Community Agreements. I want to be clear for not only the commission, but for the public, replacing and expiring this current guidance document does not mean that we are not, as commission staff, not addressing equity. This is part of the process of Chapter 180 to bring our existing policy and process documents into compliance with that law and new regulations. There will be a forthcoming guidance on municipal equity that staff will be recommending to the commission at a future meeting that represents all the new newly created regulations stemming from Chapter 180 that that will be, again, something that we will bring forward to the commission for your consideration at a later meeting. And just to let you know, this is part of phase 2 of our implementation strategy. And as part of that, this draft, the first draft of this new guidance on municipal equity was completed already on February 15th and is now going through the process of being appropriately vetted by certain teams. So it's not that we're doing away with guidance on equity. It will just be a separate document that is now fully compliant with the new law.
Thank you, Director Potvin. That's really helpful, I think, for everyone to know. I know there were guidance document related questions and suggestions from my fellow commissioners. So I believe it was Commissioners Camargo and Roy. But of course, this is an opportunity for us all to opine and ask any questions any of us have. So are there any questions or comments at this point? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Potvin. And this document is of utmost importance, like the model HCA. It's the guidebook, it's the instruction manual, if you, it's, you know, so no one is flying blind, if you will, with just the model HCA. So this is critically important. And I did find a sentence that I think we just kind of need to parse over. So when we're at that point, I can tell you what page and what section. Do you want me to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay, in the guidance, page 11, section 6.
Page 11, section 6. Okay.
Okay, if everyone can look at the first paragraph, and particularly the last sentence. If the parties execute an HCA waiver, the executed document shall be communicated to the commission by the license applicant or license in their license or license renewal application.
Mhm. I think I see Director Poppin nodding, but
Okay.
I'll let him jump in, Director
Yeah.
Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, that the word license applicant or the term license applicant or license should be license applicant or licensee.
That's what I thought. So,
Yeah.
okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yep. And I'm recording that, and that update will be reflected.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Roy, did you have any additional questions?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Sure. Director, just for the, again, educational purposes and sort of our thought behind this. And I've read through most of this. How do we explain to municipalities and to the public in terms of some of the things that are, you know, reasonably relatable or not? And some of the concerns that the public has, if you can kind of direct us to that, to a section with some of that stuff that'll satisfy, you know, some of that concern from operators in terms of, you know, are we going to eventually add a list of examples of things that are not allowable when it comes to asks from municipalities and things like that? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I know Director Poppin is ready to answer this. This was a extended conversation, and I believe we've incorporated some of that within our regulations, but Director Poppin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So this was something that, based on the law and that term reasonably related, that we defined, or the commission defined through regulations as having a nexus to the operation of the establishment, that the municipality had some type of impact that they now need to be reimbursed for. There is a section within the guidance on HCAs that talks about this, and it's on page 7. So the section is called HCA Provision CIS. And towards the end of that section, or halfway down that section, it defines reasonably related. It does not give examples. And the reason why it does not give examples is because it's going to be fact specific. The analysis has to be fact specific. A term about a CIF, and again, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the hypothetical that you brought up yesterday, and I can't get it out of my head, but it has to be fact specific to the municipality. Was there an impact? Is there a nexus to the operation of the establishment? Putting examples down as things that are clearly not allowable may not be the right way to go about this, because putting those examples down, there may not be a nexus. It may be outrageous. It may not be reasonably related for one licensee and one municipality, but it might be for another municipality and another licensee. So it has to be a fact-specific analysis, and putting down a laundry list of things that are not reasonably related might not be universally acceptable depending on the fact-specific situation, the municipality, and the licensee involved. So we stayed away from giving specific examples.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Commissioner Roy?
I just have a suggestion. So I noticed, which I'm happy to see. I always love when a document is interactive, right? Where you're reading it and it states if you go here, and when you press on it, it sends you there, right? And we did that. And towards the end of the document, we did it for the municipal law website on municipal law. equity. And so you can hit it and you're going to go there. So I was just wondering to make this document more user friendly in section 5, and it says model HCA. Can we do the same? Can we link it, send them to that section in our website? If they hit on it, it'll go to the model HCA. And then in the section 6 HCA waiver, again, in the title, if they click on it, it would direct them to our website where the waiver is, because we're able to send them other places and other areas of this document. Why not send them to the areas on our website, which makes sense?
That's a good suggestion. Director Poppin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Excellent suggestion. We do want this to be as interactive as possible. Just for clarity, the reason why that it's not existing right now is because these documents are not technically approved yet until right now. So, but I can take that away. That could be a ministerial update when this document gets finally formatted by our digital team. I will take those comments away, and they also love making things interactive. So I think we're on exactly the same page.
Thank you, Director
Awesome.
Poppin.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments before we we offer any sort of motion? Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Director, I think this will be helpful. I asked a similar question earlier on the HCA, and I'm asking it just for the benefit of all of us commissioners, you know, the future of the power of the pen, both internally and for us as commissioners. You know, it's going to be really interesting on this sort of reasonably related situation, right? Because what we've seen in the past, you know, some have been fair and some have been really ridiculous. And completely, municipalities have taken advantage of operators and of the cannabis industry, right? We all know that property rental prices, you know, could be normal one day, and when you say that you're a cannabis, you know, company, it goes triple, right? And folks think that there's a money bag with these operators. So, you know, I'm just really concerned, you know, moving forward in terms of the reasonably related, you know, both us internally, how we, you know, how we define that. I know what the regs say, and I know we go by the regs, but, you know, I'm just putting that out there. You know, you're managing a team of folks that are going to be reviewing these things. And I'm hoping that there's training, that there's conversation, that folks are asking questions, and that obviously it's coming to us as commissioners, and we're going to be asking those questions as well. And, you know, that stuff is just important because this stuff impacts these operators and the integrity of the industry as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
I just said thank you.
Okay.
Did you hear me though? Did you
Yes.
hear everything I said? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So sorry, I'm just talking. Da, da, da. Kyle, I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments to that. You know, it's you know, it's not a directive. It's more of a, you know, things that are going to keep me up at night.
I love hearing the way you think. I think that goes for anyone. I'm always interested when we kind of talk through our line of thinking and what's happening. But Director Poffin, do you have any comments in response?
I do. And Commissioner Camargo, these are some of the things that keep me up at night. So maybe we need to just hop on a call one time. But what I would say to that is that we have to, when we look at community impact, by the first, everything that you said, I agree with. But to kind of talk about the implementation of these policies that were promulgated, how I've been explaining it to my team and to others is we need to think about this in two different buckets. Bucket number one is the four corners of the host community agreement, and what are the terms and provisions in that relate to a community impact fee. What we normally see, what we have seen in prior examples is that regarding CIF conditions, terms, provisions in some of the existing HCAs is kind of straightforward. The marijuana retailer shall pay 3% of its gross sales as its community impact fee, which is now prohibited. They don't normally put specific situations in the HCA agreement that equate to a community impact fee. That doesn't mean that nobody has or that they can't. That's one thing, and that's generally what we see. Where I think your concern is, where industry's concern is the actual payments of these CIFs. When you get the actual invoice from the municipality, that's part of our phase 3, which again is one of the things, or a couple of the things that we're going to put forward for the commission's consideration and also implement as part of that community impact fee certification. That authority, that policy that the commission adopted stemming from Chapter 180 is that requirement that municipalities have to send an itemized invoice to the licensee that details and describes each individual thing that they are claiming as a community impact fee. I think one of the examples, that we've talked about before is host community is billing as part of their community impact fee the $25,000 for a new police car. Right? I'm using that as a general example. When we start certifying those CIFs, we're going to apply that analysis, that reasonably related analysis. Is the purchase of that car, that impact by the municipality, tell us how that relates to the operation of the marijuana establishment. And if they can't, and there is no nexus, and it is not reasonably related, when we certify that CIF, that line item is getting, essentially, it's a line item veto. It's getting crossed off. And then when we certify the final CIF, we're going to notify the licensee and the municipality. You claimed $100,000 as part of your CIF. We crossed off this $25,000 police car. The licensee is now only obligated to pay you $75,000. So that's where the analysis will come in later when we start certifying these CIFs. And as part of that implementation, it's going to be, we're planning on bringing a guidance on community impact fee assessments to the commission for your consideration. We also will have an application and processes and 100% trainings and ongoing dialogue on how we assess these things. This is something that we have done within I&E and specifically the licensing team since the beginning of the program. One of the beautiful things about being in this maturing industry since day one is the fact that we are constantly faced with novel issues. And our team and the entire commission staff, we love discussing these novel issues and having that intellectual conversation on how we're going to handle this consistently and appropriately. But we have a lot of experience. Commission staff has a lot of experience handling these new situations and having that civil discourse. So all of those things are in place to be coming forward.
Thank you, Director Puffin. Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, thank you for going through that, because again, we're policymakers and we don't, we're not into the day-to-day, right, in terms of your work. But I would say, and I hope I don't get in trouble for giving shout outs really quickly, but I know your team, and I may get it wrong, but Suko and Annie, I know, have teams of people that are reviewing applications, diversity plans, renewals. This stuff is very tedious. It's like they're constantly reading the same application. And I know that when this does come, and it's time to do this in the next few weeks, it's going to be a learning curve and a new thing for your team. And then it's going to come to us, and I think at the end of the day, again, I always think about the operation, all the work that you all do to bring it to our desks, right? That nobody gets to see the tireless work that you all do, and just the brain power and the attention to detail that goes into it. So I just want to say kudos to your team on that. And I'm hoping and I'm confident that you all have thought this stuff through. I know you've spent tons of hours on the group that you guys have been working with, but I'm confident you guys will, use your best sound judgment and professional judgment for this stuff. So I just want to say thank you.
Mr. Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for that question, Commissioner Camargo. And I know as a group, this was a big deal, right? What is reasonably related? It's like I think I said one time it's the $1 million question, right? So we couldn't cite examples because that would do more harm than good, because we would leave out so many other examples that we weren't thinking of. So we created a standard, that a threshold that the municipalities have to meet, because folks can get real creative and we couldn't possibly think of every example they would throw our way. So I'm really proud of the product that we ended up with. And I just want to give a special thanks to Olivia Coble, who got us off the ground with that definition, if you remember, and then we kind of went from there. I do have a question though regarding our municipal tracker, and I know we have it in regards to no towns delivery. I'm wondering if we can expand that as far as HCAs go, and the ones that no longer, the municipalities that have confirmed they no longer charge CIFs, if we can put that in some sort of municipal tracker so folks know that these communities, let's say Uxbridge or Boston, are no longer charging these fees. And I think at one point we're going to have a good compliance standing, but it would be nice to people that are trying to get into the industry looking for locations to know which communities do charge assess CIFs versus the ones that have self-reported to us that they no longer charge. Worcester, I believe, no longer charges community impact fees as well. So, I mean, I'd be interested to see a full list on that. I'm sure the public would be too.
Director Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I really appreciate that idea. That's a conversation that we will have with our government affairs and communications team. Just to kind of tap into that a little bit, is the requirement that we talked about kind of briefly, is that May 1st, 2024 date, where municipalities have to adopt certain ordinances and bylaws. Part of that same section, and they don't have a due date, but host communities, those that have actual licensees in their borders, will have to notify the commission, and that application is actually being created right now by our investigations team, to collect the information that they need to notify us about their bylaws and ordinances towards municipal equity. We're going to try to leverage that application as well to capture some of these data points. One of them being, do you charge community impact fees as part of your agreement? Collecting more data points to make it more, to increase and make our data, open data platform even more robust with asking these additional questions. As far as adding it to the municipal tracker, like I said, definitely we'll have that conversation with communications and government affairs. But the plan is to collect this information when municipalities stop notifying us.
Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Stebbins, I saw you are off mute, but I don't know if you had a question or a comment.
No,
Okay.
but certainly appreciate the discussion. I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, we've all been, I was at a roundtable where we were asked, tell us what the commission is going to say is reasonably related. And I think to Director Potvin's point, it's community by community. We're going to build a body of work around this, and every community's relationship with their licensee is going to be different. But I also, I like Commissioner Roy's point in terms of making that municipal tracker an accessible resource, especially as we've had conversations about, are we hitting market saturation? That could be a useful tool for a potential licensee to start making decisions about what community they feel is more competitive and more helpful to their long-term success. So building that out in a way that it becomes tied in with our efforts to create these open data resources. I think that would be helpful information for a potential license applicant to see even before they approach a community. And I think it's a helpful tool. So, but other than that, I like the guidance the way it's been drafted, and think it's a great document.
I'll just to sort of piggyback off the comment about that reasonable relationship and the definition for reasonably related. It goes a bit beyond the uniqueness of the municipalities. It's really about the uniqueness of every licensee. So, you know, depending on what kind of establishment they have, what type of license they have, where they're operating within a particular municipality, those different things, that also became a part of our conversation in the working group, was just making sure that we understand and appreciate that there are different things that come into play depending on licensees. So I just wanted to add that just additional note. I believe we are now at the point where we can take up a motion. I don't see any other hands or comments. The one thing I wanted to just make sure, you know, we did a slight change in the model HCA. We've had a lot of comments and questions in this component around the guidance. I don't believe, aside from the edit to the licensee word, I don't believe there were any additional edits. So I won't incorporate that in the motion. I'll read it in. Director Potvin, please. I just said your name all together. I said Director Potvin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I also just want to add the suggestion from Commissioner Roy, which I believe is ministerial, but it's the linking of certain documents as well.
That's right. That's right. But I agree with you. I believe that it will be incorporated. So I will say the language and ask someone you know, to make the motion. Is there a motion to approve for posting and distribution the draft guidance on host community agreements, subject to non-substantive typographical and ministerial edits by staff?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you so much, Kyle, and the entire team for all your work here. So again, this is a Kyle meeting, essentially. The next agenda, and what we will do, we'll go into the next agenda item, then we can take a break before getting into our last agenda item. But we'll at least wrap up the Kyle Potvin component of today's meeting. But Kyle, I'll turn things over to you for the licensure guidance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last deliverable item for the Commission's consideration is the guidance on licensure. It's important to note here that this is an existing guidance document. Very minor changes needed to happen to this document. The substantive changes that were made is we removed the social information about the social consumption pilot program because that was removed from the regulations as part of the most recent promulgation. We modified in our application, our initial license application section and license renewal section, the need to now have a compliant HCA or HCA waiver versus what was the previous requirement, which was just a certification form that you had in HCA. We added information about the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, the availability of it, who administers it, and the fact that that can now be part of the goals associated with positive impact plans. We modified the section related to pre-certification. As a reminder to the public, pre-certification prior to October was only available for delivery license types for those that had majority ownership of social equity participants and economic empowerment priority applicants. The most recent promulgation expanded that in two ways. One, they added the availability of if you are verified or pre-verified as a social equity business, you were now able to have the availability of pre-certification. The second major difference is that pre-certification for those groups is now available, will be available for all license types. That is part of our phase 3 or phase 4 implementation strategy, but we did update that information. One other requirement is the timeframes for municipal responses. Prior to October, it was 60 days. So once an application was deemed complete, we're required to send out a notice to municipalities asking them as to local compliance by the license applicant and give them 60 days to respond. Promulgated regulations in October changed that for social equity program participants, economic empowerment priority applicants, and social equity businesses to shorten that time frame that municipalities have to respond from 60 days to 30 days. And also updated the potential need or certain information regarding HCAs as part of the change of ownership, change of location, and change of name processes. If approved, this document that's before you today, the modified document, will replace and expire the current guidance for licensure. Again, to stress, there were very minor changes outlined here, and no other information for you right now. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Are there any questions? Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Poppin. And this is a very helpful tool, not only for the public stakeholders, but for commissioners as well. So greatly appreciate it. I just have a kind of an observation or question. So, you know, looking at page 14 of the, I'm sorry, looking at page, bear with me, 15 of this guidance document. So I understand why it's there, the delivery operator, no more than 2, even though, because we haven't promulgated up to 3 yet. So having said that, we know we're going to have to revisit this document once we re-promulgate and raise the cap on the delivery, and we alter the micro business as well. And I understand why you couldn't do it yet, because it's not codified yet in regulator, or it's not promulgated, sorry, in regulation. So, but there's no way, so I guess you'll have to bring, my question is, you'll have to bring this document back to us, right? After we promulgate the next set, right?
Director Poppin.
That's correct, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. Commissioner Roy, I completely agree with you that this document is so helpful. I think when I first started, it was like my Bible. And it's just a really good document to understand licensing and the industry and all that good stuff. So, you know, again, Kyle, thank you for, you know, making sure that stuff is fresh, you know, and sort of doing this kind of hygiene in terms of documents and things like that. And I know you have a huge team behind you. So again, thank you, because, you know, this is one of the documents I have printed and I always go back and look at it. But again, I really appreciate it. And I know it'll come back again because we still have stuff that we need to promulgate as well. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, I will now seek a motion to approve for posting and distribution the draft guidance on licensure subject to non-substantive typographical and ministerial edits by staff. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor and none opposed. Kyle, tremendous work. I don't know if you have any additional comments today. I know we will hear from you again next week at our next meeting, as we usually do, but I'm just really grateful for you and the team and the work that you do. I don't know if you want to offer any comments before we break for lunch. This is a time to do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 2 more slides, I think. Again, they're available to the public, and I don't think we need to dive into them in a discussion, but I wanted to bring this information forward, not only for the commission, but for the public, that are based on the conversations that all of you are having in roundtables and with industry, with municipalities, with officials, so on and so forth, is the fact that what is being brought to the commission meeting for your discussion and your vote and your consideration, there's a lot of other things that are happening and being taken care of by a whole host of people on the commission staff. So I wanted to just, instead of throwing data at you this time, I wanted to identify these things that people may be saying, where is it? When is this going to happen? Those things include updated forms like the equitable relief form, the HCA waiver form, general complaint form, updated changes of ownership, location, and name forms that have to update certain requirements because of Chapter 180, the eventual guidance on municipal equity, the development of a municipal standard evaluation form that can be used by municipalities in their assessment of who they're negotiating HCAs with and how they should be scoring them, because we have regulations now for this. So we want to give them, the municipalities, some of the tools that they can use and to accomplish the mission of the policies that were adopted. And again, wanted to bring this to your attention. And if we can go to the second slide, and this is the end of it, so I will stop after this. I do want to report to the commission the first 2 major bullet points here is that we have updated, and as of yesterday, changes to 26 license applications and 26 license renewal applications. The necessary information and ability to upload and document information about HCAs and information about positive impact plans. And with those implementations, we are asking some questions, yes, no, very simple questions that can correlate to the documents that they're uploading for the eventual use by our data team, our research team, our communications team, to be able to extract that data and be able to put it on open data or do some analysis or reporting to the commission. Things like for HCAs, are you uploading an HCA or an HCA waiver? A year from now, you might want to ask the question, how many of these license applications had an HCA or an HCA waiver? A year from now, we can pull this data from the questions that are being asked in a way that can be analyzed quickly and efficiently and correctly. Another question might be, if you uploaded an HCA, did you use the commission's model HCA question? That might be a question that comes a year from now or 6 months from now. How many of these new license applicants used our model HCA? We can say 36% said they did. So we can see if the tools that we're trying to put forward and the policies that we're trying to promote are starting to have substantive effects. With positive impact plans, they're still uploading their positive impact plan as a document, but now we're asking a couple of questions so that they can enter the data, again, for the purposes of being able to extract it for teams like data, for research, for communications, and start being able to do an analysis. Are positive impact plans having a positive impact? And what is that impact? Questions like, on a new license application, if you have a goal to hire people that have been disproportionately impacted, what's that percentage? And then on renewal, the follow-up question is, you had a goal of 50%. How many people on your staff are from areas of disproportionate impact? So then we can start doing a comparison. So you said 50%, but you only hired 40%. We can start doing a data analysis on that. And we can start reporting out our positive impact plans having a positive impact. So it's also a way not only to comply with Chapter 180, but to raise our game in being able to report out on these different things in a way that is functional and simple and easy for everybody involved. So those updates went into effect yesterday ahead of the March 1st date, and they are working. And with that, I will stop and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Director Potvin, I'm glad we didn't kind of skim over these parts, because what we're seeing on the slide currently in front of us, I think, is it's a result of a lot of incredible work. First of all, as you pointed out, allows us to really dig deep into success of not only Chapter 180, but the statute, what the statute was intended to do. I think it provides a lot of ease and convenience for our licensees when they come to filling this out. And again, we talk about open data all the time in research. This is going to be a great feeder of data into that work. Director Potvin knows that sometimes as we're meeting monthly to talk about renewals, I've expressed my frustration with reading a lot of flowery language that kind of reminds me of my days in college. If you really didn't know the test you were going to take, I just figure if I keep writing, I'll still get a good grade. But I'm really happy that, again, we're getting ease of convenience for the license applicant, great information for this commission and our research and our open data platform to have. And it really is going to measure impacts on positive impacts on diversity plans. I'm excited for all of these updates. So thank to Director Potvin and his team and our IT team and everybody for doing all this work and making this available.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and ditto. I'm so happy we didn't gloss over this and that we took time to go through everything. So thank you, Director Potvin, for making sure that you were able to walk us through all of the really important work that's happening. Something I have really it's been a focus of mine for some time, but it's not fully baked yet. In terms of, I'll just throw this out there. Positive impact plans are something that are really important in terms of our overall equity mission. And it's the thing that touches communities, even if they are not licensees, even if they're not consumers. It's a way that, the disproportionately impacted areas are receiving a positive impact from the cannabis industry. So it's really important. And there's still work to do there, because I know, at least at the very beginning of legalization, and even when I came onto the commission, I know that there was sort of a disconnect between licensees and organizations that were willing and seeking that connection. So this is something I want to work on and sort of figure out how to connect those two, because I know licensees, we've heard sometimes they will seek to have an impact in the way of giving back to organizations, but organizations are not always willing to accept any of those resources. But also being able to track and understand the needs of these communities. So the other thing that has been top of mind for me over these last few months is increasing our communications with disproportionately impacted areas to make sure that there's a level understanding about what that means to be designated as a DIA, and also the interaction with positive impact plans and the industry overall. So this is an ongoing big conversation, but I'm really happy to just hear about the work that is already happening and will be really, really beneficial to, everyone across the board. So this is really good. Commissioner Roy, I think I saw your hand. Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you. And ditto, I agree wholeheartedly. You can see the amount of work I'm sure Paul, we don't want to forget Paul Clark and our IT team, right? I'm sure they assisted you on some level. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm guessing, maybe you work directly with JD Software. I don't know, but I just don't want to leave anybody out and want to thank everybody. But as far as continuing along the lines of sunshine and public transparency and open data, I think I had brought this up during our working group around the CIFs are considered a public document now. And is there a way that we can publish those, because they are, and the reason I say this is because when you have a lot of eyeballs looking at them, I feel the industry would be mindful of what's being assessed as well as we are calling balls and strikes. So I had brought that up at one point, either having the HCAs, the contract themselves public, or the itemized CIF. And I don't know if that's something that we could entertain down the road, maybe a year out once we start getting them.
I remember that conversation. I remember just talking about the logistics around it, and that being like, something we potentially take up. Director Potvin, what are your thoughts? Because I know we were all, Commissioner Roy, Director Potvin, everyone else who was in that working group, there were a lot of conversations that were had, and this is one of those that we spent some time thinking through. What are your comments on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I remember those conversations as well. While not mandated by policy, it would be an administrative decision. It would be something that members of our legal team, our members of our IT team, members of our communications team would need to talk about. And I do plan on having those conversations because as of right now, once you vote on a provisional license, the application and non-sensitive or confidential information is uploaded as a package for the public. What's the question now is, do we now include the HCA that was in there? That's a question that needs to be had. So that's a question that will be had. When it comes to the community impact fee assessments, and I know that was something that you did bring up, Commissioner Roy, and we definitely had that conversation. The application for those certifications of CIS just got assigned this week for the build out, because that's part of phase 3. The team that's working on them, part of their task was think about this kind of similarly how I just explained the positive impact questions and the HCA questions. Figure out a way that they upload a document, the invoice, but also figure out a way how we can have data fields, data that can then be extracted, potentially to open data, potentially to for use for open data for anybody to go and view, but also for research analysis if the research team wanted to do so, or reporting out through communications. So again, part of this process and everything that we're trying to do, we're trying to think of how do we make our lives a little bit easier, but also provide that sunshine, and how can we do it in the most efficient and purposeful way to do what the policy is intended to do. So those conversations and the people that are involved in building out that application, they were tasked with that. So whether that actually goes into open data or how it gets disseminated, that's a question that needs to be had. But they're building out the application with the intent that that could be something that we do. But those conversations will occur.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Director Poffin, I think this concludes this component of today's agenda. Thank you so much for walking us through so much. And we now have a model HCA that I know a lot of people have been waiting for. So this is significant. I think it's also a good time now, unless we want to keep on going, but it might be a good time for us to take a pause and break up. Let me just figure out how everyone is feeling. Do we want to break for lunch? Do we want to go into the last item on today's discussion? What's the, I can go either way. So that's why I'm throwing it out there. What do you guys think, commissioners?
Okay with continuing to go because I I ate lunch on the 10-minute break. But whatever folks want to do,
Commissioner Roy?
I'm fine with like an abbreviated break, just could we 10 minutes and then finish the wrap up?
Okay. All right, so let's do that. Let's say we'll come back at 1:20. We'll give an extra 3 minutes. So 13 minutes. 1:20. We'll break and come back here by then. All right, I will see you all then. Oh, Commissioner. It is freezing. I don't know how you all are, but the changes in the weather these last couple days are hard to keep up. You're muted. You're muted, Commissioner Roy, but I feel like I sense what you're saying.
Oh, I said, that's why I put on a sweater. I was freezing. So yes, I agree.
Okay. All right. I see the entire commission right now. I want to make sure our general counsel has also joined us. Okay, there she is. Hello, General Counsel Christina Gasson. All right, so we are now at the last item under the discussion section of today's meeting, and that is the Massachusetts lottery sales at licensed marijuana retailers discussion. Our GC will sort of give us an overview and walk us through the issue at hand. So, Christina, I will hand things over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So today's topic is regarding the sale of lottery products by marijuana establishments. The Commission received an inquiry from a licensed marijuana establishment asking whether it can become separately licensed by the Massachusetts State Lottery Commission in order to sell lottery pocket products at its retail location. It's important to note that the lottery doesn't have its own stores. They usually have, they exist within other businesses, such as liquor stores, supermarkets, convenience stores, and other retail locations. So this request is consistent with Massachusetts State Lottery guidance with respect to how retail establishments can have a lottery component in their establishment. So in the packet is a memorandum that I prepared for you all, just going over some of the history of this, the state law with respect to lottery sales and the obligations for lottery agents, as well as the Commission's statutory and regulatory authority with respect to this issue. Currently, the Commission has broad legal authority with respect to what it would like to see in its marijuana establishments. It can restrict, license, set standards for the licensure of marijuana establishments. Currently, the Commission has expressly permitted a limited category of non-marijuana products for sale in its regulations, and that includes marijuana accessories and marijuana establishment branded goods, and it expressly allows the establishments to sell these products in their regulations, which is the reason why we're bringing this topic to the Commission's attention today, because the Commission does have that authority to permit this license, them to have this lottery license. There's no regulation or statute that explicitly disallows or prohibits marijuana establishments from selling lottery tickets. There are requirements that with respect to tax obligations with respect to marijuana goods versus non-marijuana goods in establishments. And you can see that from our regulations that we do outline those obligations for tax reporting purposes. We collaborated on this memo with the Investigations and Enforcement Department, and we spoke with a lot of the compliance considerations that we would like the Commission to consider. With respect to some of the age differences that are required for the sales of lottery products. Currently, lottery products can be purchased by individuals aged 18 and up, whereas we are restricted for adult use cannabis sales to those who are 21 and up. And just to note you here, I believe that the Commission has considered and mentioned this, and previous commissioners have discussed whether or not to allow other products besides marijuana branded goods and services, like, for example, prepackaged food and drinks and things like that. So it would fall into that type of discussion about whether you'd like to permit marijuana establishments to have a lottery component to it. Also wanted to highlight for the Commission that you may want to take a look at whether you would, if you were inclined to allow this, whether you would only allow it in marijuana establishments or whether you would also allow it in marijuana treatment centers, as far as both sections of the regulations do have these separate type of restrictions for marijuana branded goods and stuff. So the commission could decide to disapprove. It could, take it under advisement and ask for more information. It could seek to approve these in MEs only, or it could seek to approve them in both types of locations. So that's a brief overview of some of the information in my memo, but I'm happy to answer questions or help you as you discuss this topic.
Attorney Gasson, thank you. Thank you for walking us through that, and thank you for the memo. I found it really helpful. I'll just make a few things really clear to everyone here. It's just this is a policy decision, obviously. So for the reason why it's before us is because it's something that does require a commission vote. And it is our first time taking up this issue. So I understand if we may need more time. We may have more questions. We may want more information before making any sort of final determination today. But I wanted to make sure we at least began that conversation and started to consider the next steps. The way that I think about this is it's a bit broader than lottery sales. It's a conversation that is around the sale of non-cannabis products in our licensed establishments. So I will take a pause there and just see if there are any questions. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, GC. I also went through the memo. It was incredibly helpful. There was some great links back to meetings of the inaugural set of commissioners, who I think debated a lot of this topic, right? And in one of the links you provided, there was actually a conversation about providing a level playing field at that point, or in that conversation between delivery licensees and retail licensees. I'll be candid. I'll share with you some of my just initial thoughts. I have a lot of questions. I'm not saying no, but there's a lot of things, and I think, Chair, you alluded to some of them, like, what is our role and responsibility? Are we going to constantly have folks coming to us asking to change regs potentially about everything they want to offer in a cannabis dispensary? Are these going to become grocery stores or something at some point? So I think that's a bigger policy question to have. I would be interested, because as I was looking through some of the things that the Mass Lottery requires and what our regs say, I'm worried that there are some tension points. First of all, they only allow Mass Lottery sales at retail locations. Well, all of our marijuana establishments are not considered, in my opinion, retail establishments. So I'm mindful of creating that unlevel playing field. As I dove deeper into some of the Mass Lottery regs, again, it says no applicant shall be granted a license as a sales agent if the applicant or any employee of the applicant who holds a position of substantial authority in the applicant's business or at any location to be licensed has at any time been convicted of a felony. Obviously, our regs kind of speak a little bit differently to who can be employed within a cannabis licensee. So, again, this is kind of my initial takeaway. I'm not saying no. I think there's a little more homework for us to do. I think one of the suggestions you made, GC, was maybe to have a meeting with the Mass Lottery Commission. Maybe there is a way to effectuate some type of MOU so that we're all on the same playing field. We all understand their obligations, our obligations. For me, I think that'd be a helpful next step. Obviously, it sounds like maybe there's a licensee who's anxious to start doing this or wants to do this, and I can appreciate their interest in seeing some action by the commission. So again, I don't want to say no, but I think it involves one, more of a discussion with our counterparts at Mass Lottery, as well as I think a broader discussion for this commission about where we actually want to play a role as the industry is maturing. What do retail establishments begin to look like? I'm a little worried about, creating the unlevel playing field within the industry. And that might not be anything we can get around. I know my days at the Gaming Commission, where you have to be 21 to go onto a gaming floor to gamble. There would be lottery kiosks on the gaming floor, so not accessible by people younger than 21. So I think there's a way to work through that. I don't have as much concern about that and the access to the facility. But those are just some of my concerns at this point, Chair.
Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Please, Christine.
I just wanted to note, I know that the original conversations, we did have some discussions with the lottery. Acting Deputy General Counsel Carter participated in some of those conversations, initial conversations about just some of these hurdles with respect to a memorandum of understanding. So for example, with the investigations and enforcement team, you'd want to have a good understanding of where, where their authority comes in and the lottery's authority for inspections. We'd want to make sure that we were compliant, that the retailer was compliant with our regulations at all times. So I think some initial conversations have concluded. And my understanding is that the licensee who reached out to us is either in the process of receiving this approval from the Lottery Commission or has applied for that license. So they are seeking licensure with those separate entities, and it might have already received the approval. I would want to double check on that, but my understanding is that they've already taken steps with the Lottery Commission to significantly secure this approval.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. And I see our acting chief of investigations and enforcement has also notified us that they did receive approval. So they have the approval from the lottery. The issue here is around the commission and us as commissioners not having this conversation beforehand and not approving the sale of lottery tickets within licensed establishments. And I know I said this at in some of my beginning comments. There's a lot to unpack here, and I know when we talk about the considerations that we sort of use to flesh out different policy ideas, at the very top, public health, public safety. So I know that I am going to need a bit of time. And Commissioner Roy, I know that you've also put some language for us to see as well. And I see your hand up, so I want to give you the opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it sounds like we're not ready to move motion language today. It sounds like we all need to understand the issue a little better. This is a new concept. We have to think of, unintended consequences. So in light of that, it's my understanding that licensee has submitted SOPs around cash. So for me, I'm asking about cash handling and not commingling of cash from lottery sales versus cannabis sales. Are there two safes, or how does this work? you know, and loitering. So I did put 500, 110 security requirements for marijuana establishments in the chat. Adopting procedures to prevent loitering and ensure that only individuals engaging in activity expressly or by necessary implication permitted by 935 CMR 500 and its enabling statute are allowed to remain on the premises. So having said that, and if there was an MOU, what comes to mind is Keno, right? And so do we, if we decide to approve as a body, the, you know, allowing of instant tickets, scratch tickets, daily tickets, but not Keno, because Keno is the one that, to me, in my experience, you have to wait, you have to watch the numbers come up. I mean, are we allowed to, in an MOU, to define what we would permit? That's a question I have. So I guess the biggest thing, to your point, Madam Chair, is public health, public safety, is like the cash handling, and I think we all need to see those SOPs.
I agree. And I also, Commissioner Stebbins, you raised from an equity perspective some of the potential consequences this may have on the overall landscape of our licensees. And that's not something that jumped out at me. So I appreciate hearing how you are thinking, because those are really valid concerns. I think at this point we need to figure out as a collective what are the best next steps. Sort of what information do we need? How to come back and be in a position where we can make a final decision. So in terms of the SOPs, I would assume that is within our investigations and enforcement team. I want to ask our acting chief of investigations and enforcement, if you can. I think one way to start is by meeting with commissioners and walking us through. You know, I know it's complicated now because we're in public, and I don't want to talk about an individual licensee and go through all of their logistics and details in public, but maybe after today's public meeting, we have those 2-on-2 conversations where you can give us a complete breakdown and understanding about sort of what's occurred up into this point, the different communication and documents that were received, and anything else that we need to be considering in this conversation. Chief Kamalo, I see you've joined us, so I'll see if you have anything to add or any response to that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can all see me. I'm I'm here. All right, thank you. Yes, we have the SOPs. The commission did receive the SOPs from the requester. Again, the key thing, it comes down to this policy discussion in terms of where the commissioners, in terms of their vote, is this a yes or no? I think the most important thing, some of the compliance considerations that we had that were articulated in the memo have also been discussed here. The age, the difference in age, with the lottery, 18 and over. When it comes to our establishments, it's 21 and over. The loitering aspect of it, public safety. Also, Commissioner Roy, you acknowledge the fact that with Keno, there's sort of an element of having to wait there, and also there's an element of that if it's $600 or over, if in terms of if you do win the lottery or you have a lottery ticket of $600 or over, you sort of have to wait and see if it can, the agent can be able to cash it. Those are some of the things that we're seeing. Thus far as some compliance concerns, yes, we did receive the SOPs just like any other MEs. They need to be providing us with their updated SOPs related to the operations of the establishments or the entities. So looking at this, there's also an element of the discussion right now is specific to lottery sales, but there's also an element of all non-marijuana products as well. being sold at these establishments. Because one of the key things, like our general counsel mentioned here today, so far it's limited. It's limited to branded goods and accessories. But now if the discussion is about lottery, we're already getting other requests as well related to things like snacks, Doritos, and that's another question that's coming up. So there's a number of things that the commissioners would need to put into consideration as far as, is this just a topic of specific to lottery sales, or just, non-marijuana products in general, overall. But so far from what we're seeing, as far as compliance considerations are concerned, I've mentioned some of the things that we will need to also, have to put into perspective. Also, as far as our inspections are concerned, we would not have overall jurisdiction or oversight related to lottery sales. So what does that mean? Do we get into an MOU, with the Mass Lottery Commission, in conducting these inspections? Do we conduct dual inspections? That way they can be there as well to have some sort of oversight related to that. There also has to be some sort of a discussion in terms of like what was mentioned here today, the vault, all that in terms of cash handling and all those things. So we are willing, if this is a situation where this matter is tabled by the commissioners, to have those discussions with the commissioners internally, to sort of have an in-depth conversation, detailed conversation, so that if this is something that the commission is either moving towards or not, they have an informed decision. As far as we know, we have, because typically in these instances, we also need to look at what are other jurisdictions doing related to the same matters. We did look into this, and we did find out that Colorado, they had an entity that was doing so, but at this particular time, they're no longer, doing so and all that. So we have done our due diligence to sort of figure out in terms of, is this something that's, doable or not? And, our hope was that if there were more jurisdictions that are doing this, we can sort of learn a lot from them in terms of compliance, what other things would the commission need to do, related to this. And unfortunately, there's only one other, jurisdiction, only one other state that's currently, that was doing so, and is no longer doing that at this time. So for now, that's it, unless you all have additional questions.
No, so you mentioned Colorado, there was only one establishment?
Yes.
So there was one, okay. And then
Yes.
I'm reading in between the lines, so there are other requests for non-marijuana products for the sale of that here in Massachusetts by licensees.
Yeah, that's something the commission would need to consider as well. That there really has to be some sort of a bigger discussion, because we've had to seek advisory in the past, with our former executive director, related to sale of non-marijuana products. So this will keep coming up if the commission does not really take a position on this, because when we look at our regulations, there's sort of an ambiguity when it comes to that, right? In terms of selling of non-marijuana products. But also looking into Colorado, they begin their sales in a particular month, and those sales actually stopped within the same month. And they told us that they did not find it profitable for them to continue doing so. But again, we don't know if the same would apply here in Massachusetts. We do not have an idea, because it's not something that we've done so far. But I think based on compliance reviews that we've had so far related to this, and the current existing regulations that we have, we really had to look at security requirements, loitering, among other things, some of the things that I've discussed here today.
And to date, there is only one licensee who's seeking to incorporate the sale of lottery tickets. Tickets, but the lottery sales.
Yeah, lottery sales. Yeah, as far as I know, I believe there's only one, and that one licensee is the one that has provided its SOPs. that one licensee is the one that has received its approval from the Massachusetts Lottery Sales Commission. They do have, approval from them. And as a matter of fact, the commission engaged in conversations with the Massachusetts Lottery Sales Commission, with their representatives, and they did indicate to us that they had, in fact, provided approval, to that licensee.
Okay. I see our acting executive director. Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So I know that sometimes when we think about the future, it might seem too far away when we're having these discussions, but I think this discussion is broader than the lottery sales, because if you look at the conversation that's starting around social consumption, I think this is going to really broaden the perspective as to what licensees are going to be asking to be sold. And I think, as we start these conversations, I don't think they are mutually exclusive. And I think we really need to consider on a broader scale, if we are going to approve for them to sell lottery tickets, that it's going to go well beyond that.
Yeah.
And maybe one of the things we can do is look at those countries that have already implemented or states that have already implemented social consumption. Because I think, the snacks and these other items, next thing it will be alcohol or, other products. So I think this is a broader conversation than where we are right now in terms of lottery tickets. That's my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Agree. Thank you so much. I agree, and I'll be really transparent. If we were to make a decision today, I'm not in support, but it's because of the broader implications. I know I want to gather as much information as I can, so I won't make that determination now. But I just wanted you all to know where I'm leaning, at least because of the broader context. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And in addition to the SOPs, you had posed a question earlier about what else do we need? And I would say to Commissioner Stebbins' point, if meetings with the Mass State Lottery Commission or someone on behalf get the information we need with those tension points that you talked about, where our regs might be at odds with their regs, and for suitability, you just listed one. So I think that's information, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, obviously we're not ready to vote on today. And what do we need moving forward? I would say information from the Mass State Lottery Commission would be super helpful. And I just have a question for Chief Khumalo, Acting Chief Khumalo. You had mentioned that there's been already other requests for snacks, if you will. Have any NODs that in your knowledge been issued for items that were not marijuana or branded goods? Have our agents, our investigators found items, and have NODs been issued?
From my recollection, again, this is from the top of my head. I believe that we have had one or two since I've been, a director, since being a director of investigations. I believe we have one or two NODs related to that, because at some point there was there was confusion related to branded goods. There was some confusion at that time, and then also, which is why we needed a regulatory interpretation from our enforcement counsel, because this was something that was now starting to be sort of like a recurring issue. And then when we did receive the regulatory interpretation, it became very clear that it is really limited to accessories and branded goods. So I believe we have one or two NODs, but I don't believe that the team really, since receiving the regulatory interpretation related to this, that there has been an issue of, finding non-marijuana products at these at these facilities, because it's very clear now. The regulations are very clear in terms of what they are, what they can sell. Is limited to accessories and branded goods.
Commissioner Roy?
Acting Chief Kamal, what about CBD products that are not infused? I think I've seen them. So you have CBD products that are not infused with regulated cannabis, and are those, where does that fall?
I can jump in there because I believe you're asking about the hemp products, and that was a result of a decision by the legislature for us to permit those products to be sold within the establishments. But Acting Chief Kamalo, I'll allow you to, give your response too. But that was a part of an extended conversation. I think that's also, before you go, Chief Kamalo, that's also where some of the confusion lies when there's conversations around hemp and the misunderstanding that the Cannabis Control Commission regulates hemp products, when in fact it is MDAR. But Chief Kamalo, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you are correct. So as far as hemp-derived products from a licensed grower or processor, they're able to be sold in our dispensaries as accessories. The key issue that we've been finding so far is that, while we have the guidance documents related to hemp, which really creates a clear delineation of who has jurisdiction over what, there seem to be some sort of misunderstanding if individuals out there in the public and don't have awareness. For example, anything that is less than, I believe, 0.3% is considered to be hemp, and anything above that, is THC. So there is that distinction. So a lot of times when individuals are seeing products in these convenience stores, there's an assumption that our licenses are involved, or that they're being non-compliant. But if you go to our guidance documents related to hemp, it is very clear who has jurisdiction over what, which is MDAR. MDAR does have jurisdiction over hemp products, and then also DPH as well. There's an element of DPH jurisdiction for anything related to food. So we have received complaints. We have met. We did actually have a meeting with DPH and also with MDAR, and also ABCC as well. They were part of that conversation when we were dealing with the cycling frog matter. There was a complaint related to that, and as far as jurisdiction is concerned, this is something that was made clear in terms of who has jurisdiction over what, which is why when we receive these complaints, we do make referrals to MDAR. In some instances, we have to make those referrals to DPH. But for hemp-derived products, as I articulated, our licensees can actually sell those hemp-derived products, as accessories. So at any time, again, if it is a situation where individuals are not sure, they can always reach out to their lead investigator or lead compliance officer. In terms of licensees, they can always reach out and ask questions. For constituents as well, we have our inspections mailbox, where it's on our website in terms of how they can, submit complaints to us, or they can ask questions. That way we can be responsive to them.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much, Acting Chief Kamal. And I didn't mean to derail us off the lottery tickets, but there's been so much confusion and questions. It's been in the press lately a lot, and that's what keeps me up at night, is that gray area. And so thank you for that explanation. There's been a lot of confusion. So my apologies if I derailed us off the lottery. We can go back, but thank you very much. That was important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And no apology necessary. I think that was it's always helpful whenever we can add that clarity, because it's a continuing misconception about our authority. Okay, General Counsel Gasson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like the commissioners might want some more information with respect to this topic, which of course our staff is happy to provide. Again, I wanted to thank Chief Kamalo and Acting Deputy General Counsel Carter for their work on our memo, and they're also the I&E and legal departments. So thank you for that. Obviously, we're willing and able to look into this any further if you'd like. Maybe a recommendation might be that a commissioner might want to join those efforts, may want to serve as a lead, work with us as we look into an MOU and some of those SOPs that were mentioned previously by the commissioners.
I see Commissioner Stebbins, I see your hand. So I'm hopeful that you are volunteering, but I will let you sort of say what you're thinking.
Sure. No, I'm happy to work alongside the legal team. You know, and I do want to reflect on a point that our acting executive director raised, that as we think about social consumption, you know, what could be lingering policy impacts from this decision as well. You know, I've said this before, you know, we're a regulatory body that's trying to keep up with a very entrepreneurial industry. And I understand, you know, I don't know exactly what the outlays are that, you know, somebody seeking to become a lottery sales agent has to go through, but I'm assuming there's probably an application fee and some expense of resources already. So, you know, the quicker we can sit down with the mass lottery and have these conversations and bring something back, it's probably not the help the licensee was looking for today, but I think we owe that licensee at least to be diligent and follow up as quickly as we can.
I agree.
But yeah, I'm happy to be part of those conversations with the legal team or whoever the GC and Director Kamala want to have participating in those conversations.
And from, I don't believe this requires any motion. I think that we can sort of just revisit it after we gather more information. I think this is a combination of our investigations and enforcement chief and the GC and her team. So I would also just like more of a brief as well. I will just say that explicitly to our chief of investigations and enforcement around the licensee involved in this instance. So I would like to meet with you, you know, after today, so I can get just more information. I welcome any one of my fellow commissioners who want to join me. If you guys also want to have another two, then that might be really helpful for everyone involved too. Okay, I believe that concludes our discussion for the day and votes. I do not have any business that was unanticipated at the time of posting. Are there any comments, questions from my fellow commissioners? Our next meeting will be next week on Thursday. That will be a full meeting where we'll, you know, go through licensing decisions. We also will have a really in-depth conversation about the executive director search. So my ask, I think we've all received information up to this point, and our acting executive director walked us through a number of different documents at well, goodness, there's been so many public meetings, but around the executive director conversation. And my hope is that by the time we reach next Thursday, everyone has had a chance to review everything, and we can do an analysis of the process and what commissioners, because it is a commission-led conversation, it's a commission decision, how we see this process moving forward and finalizing sort of the perimeters around that. Commissioner Roy, I see your hand, so
yes,
please.
And sort of related, Chair Concepcion, you and I had spoke yesterday, and I do need to send an email over to Matt about also adding and the delegations, the list of delegations. So I will be sponsoring that, and we will have to just go through them item by item and figure out what we want to take back under our jurisdiction, if you will, and then what we may want to reallocate to different departments. So I just wanted to give my colleagues, this is the only time I can share this with you,
Yes.
that will be forthcoming as well.
And in that same vein, Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, I just need to make sure we all have it. Do we all have the information, that delegation? It's a Excel spreadsheet that sort of goes through what was delegated, the responsibilities that were delegated to the executive director. So I just want to make sure we all have it, so we're also prepared to go through it as well. Okay, I see you. Commissioner Camargo, do you also have it?
So, I mean, it was sent to us a very long time ago.
Yep.
So I don't know if Commissioner Roy, you were going to say that you're going to have Matt resend it to us.
Yes, I could send it to Matt and he could circulate it, so we all are working off of the same.
And that
template.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Roy, did you have another comment?
No, I was just going to say I would be more than happy to forward it to Matt, and then he could circulate it to all the commissioners.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just an update. Commissioner Roy and I have been having conversations with internal and external folks on the whole accounts receivable issue. We haven't had a chance to sit down yet and kind of walk through potential approaches or what we ought to do, but hope to do that soon and have that on a future agenda meeting calendar as well.
Okay. Well, definitely keep me in the loop. Let me know when you guys are ready to have that conversation in our public meeting. One question I do have, so I was notified that there's some construction happening at Union Station. It may be a bit noisy. My original plan was for us to be in person in Worcester for our public meeting. I'm gathering more information now, but I want to put feelers out and just to understand how commissioners feel about in person versus being remote next Thursday. Mr. Stebbins?
I mean, my preference is always for all of us to be in the same room, but even I was thinking about going and working out of the Worcester office today because of some Wi-Fi issues I run into. I didn't want to get dropped out of a meeting, but I was suggested I was going to have to sit as far away from the train tracks as possible because some of the ongoing construction, which I'm happy to do because I like what's happening at the train station. But, if, maybe by Tuesday when we have to post the agenda and post information, we kind of leave it up to you, Chair, to make a final call, depending on what they might be doing on the tracks that day. I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
I agree with Commissioner Stebbins. I mean, my first preference is to get us all together in a room, but if it's going to be so disruptive, we can't even communicate, then we have to reevaluate.
I also think if there's anyone from the public attending, what that means for them as well. But Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I mean, ditto with my colleagues as well on the next week's meeting. Just keep us posted. But I did just want to say as well, and I wanted to go back for a moment because I feel like if we were in person, there would have been a different vibe. Today, I think Commissioner Roy, you said sunshine, and Kyle repeated sunshine. I just want to say congratulations to everyone, especially folks on the working groups. We made it through this meeting today, and I think operationally, if folks don't know that by now, so I just think about all the willpower, the brain power that takes, that we take from, our team and our staff to get this stuff done. And today's a big deal. It's a big milestone for the commission, everyone who's advocated, prior commissioners, right? That sort of started looking at Chapter 180 and so many groups in the industry and advocates and operators. And, again, I'm fresh off a roundtable yesterday, and, policy takes time. And it takes a lot of discussion and a lot of beef and, you know, a lot of agreeing to disagree and a lot of legal conversation. So, you know, everybody here plays such a big part in this stuff, and I just want to celebrate it. And I'm glad that someone used the word sunshine, because I feel like there's some sunshine at the CCC today. So
Yes.
just want to say that.
Yes, and that's a Roy coined term, sunshine. We heard that a lot during our HCA working group. And
I have a running list of Commissioner Roy's little sayings, which I
oh, it's
love.
good. Yeah.
So I'm gonna add that one.
Yeah.
I do the same thing. She has some good ones. But it's just about transparency and making sure that people have, like, to level the playing field. Commissioner Camargo, thank you for highlighting that. This was a really significant meeting, and I'm proud of the work that we do, and I hope everyone here is also proud of the work we do. So thank you all. I think with that said, I will now ask for a motion to adjourn today's meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That concludes today's meeting. I will see you all on Thursday, and I will keep you all posted on whether it's in person or remote.
Thank you all.
All right,
All
bye,
right,
everyone.
thank
Enjoy
you
the rest
so
of the
much.
day. Thank you.
Thanks,
Great job,
everybody.
everybody. Great job.
Thank you, everyone.